And we're back as we prepare now to hear from the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who is due next. We're going to do is go straight to the stage, end of the
and embrace our differences
from
to help build
the representative of Samoa.
mutual and sustainable partnerships. Mr. President and Your Excellencies, I wish you all a successful 78th session of the United Nations Assembly, and I thank you again for this opportunity to address the Assembly.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of the independent state of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor in this, my second year as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, to join with members of the global family of nations and speak on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at home and in their diaspora. I must first extend, however, condolences to people across the world who in a summer of scorching heat, the hottest in recorded human history, suffered every disaster known to humanity: fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and with them untold personal, social, and economic tragedies. I especially extend the heartfelt pain of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at the recent disasters in Libya and Morocco. We in St. Kitts and Nevis are suffering the worst drought of our history, resulting in severe water shortage. Of course, we have not escaped. Mr. President, I extend sincere congratulations to you on your elections as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. Your election has given pride and satisfaction to St. Kitts and Nevis, and indeed the Caribbean community, and it stands as further testimony to the fact that small island developing states can contribute to positions of global leadership. Your term comes at a time of international complexity and conflict, of great global tensions and even greater global aspirations, of new geopolitical dynamics and even newer technologies which are transforming every aspect of life as we know it. These are times of great divide in income and well-being, combined with such growing insularity and loss of trust that it shouts the need for what Secretary General Guterres has rightly identified as the centrality of prevention, coordination, and partnership. St. Kitts and Nevis shares the view that this must be a period of prevention of the greatest downslide, socially, economically, environmentally, and of security for the people of the world. Mr. President, there exists an alarming lack of trust the world over. Lack of trust in state and global organizations, lack of trust in traditional media and what some regard as its management and manipulation of information, and Mr. President, a lack of trust in the political class. In a world of distrust, the United Nations and its member states must show a sense of caring, inclusion, respect for the dignity of all to ensure we, the peoples, is a statement of unity and a clarion call for the word common to be truly reflected in how we view global commons and how we together achieve the agenda of the common good. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, leaders, particularly those in wealthier countries, must mean what they say and say what they mean. Developing countries are groaning under the weight of burgeoning challenges, not of their own making, and I would dare say some of which were inherited as a result of colonialization and transatlantic slave trade. Millions of Africans were uprooted from their homelands and transported across the Atlantic in the hulls of ships to be enslaved on plantations. This was the largest forced migration in human history, and it resulted in great wealth for some at the expense of the lives and the humanization of African peoples. It must be noted that compensation was paid to plantation owners, while the survivors of this crime against humanity were left in suffering and were hindered in their socio-economic development. Thus, it is past time for reparatory justice. I therefore encourage all to work together constructively as partners in the pursuit of and respect for justice. For as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The climate challenge must continue to be highlighted. The industrial behemoth countries and companies push SIDS and others to the front lines of climate change. They accept little responsibility for financing the adaptation and mitigation measures necessary for the survival of developing countries, which suffer the consequences of the lifestyles and industries of others. Consequently, countries like mine, which are unable to access concessionary funding, are forced to fix the climate crisis by obtaining loans at exorbitant rates from the very countries where the problem originated. Our carbon footprint as a country is very small, yet we face the existential threat of climate change. This is unjust. We therefore call for climate justice. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, there's an urgent need for the international community to address the gaps and shortfalls of the current international financial architecture, with a view to strengthening support for SIDS, in particular through a multilateral sovereign debt mechanism, meaningful reform of the governance of the international financial institutions, and enhanced access to financial resources. I congratulate the World Bank on recent steps in the right direction. However, there's still much ground to cover if states like mine are not to fail and our economies and societies are to remain viable. I commend the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, as having the potential to effect the kind of changes that are essential to ensure equitable growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, I see as an outcome to addressing the issue of access to capital, the development of a relevant and effective MVI, multidimensional vulnerability index. I would like to caution, however, that to be effective, debt must be part of the metrics used for assessment and ranking of countries. Further, the risk and cost of wipeout environmental events, those which in a single event or series of events literally wipe out 5% of GDP or more, as well as the capacity to recover from such events, are all important metrics if the MVI is to work. Mr. President, at the national level, our government has commenced efforts to further ensure the holistic and resilient development of our communities. This undertaking is articulated in our vision to transform our country into a sustainable island state by 2040 and demonstrates the determination with which we take ownership of our own destiny and pursue our sustainable development aspirations. Our vision is buttressed by the 7 pillars: food security, green energy transition, economic diversification, sustainable industries, the orange economy, COVID-19 recovery, and social protection. These overarching areas include environmental sustainability, sustainable lives and livelihoods, health and wellness, and fiscal and debt resilience. To this end, we have made strides towards geothermal energy production and utilized loans from the CDB for this national development project, along with collaboration with groups such as the Atlantic Council and the PAC 30 initiative. Healthcare delivery and management have been strengthened. We have learned the lessons of the pandemic and are now better prepared for the crisis in health, even though the work continues. We are also building more transparent and participatory governance structures, as demonstrated by the passing into law the Integrity in Public Life and Good Governance legislations. We have also developed programs for the most vulnerable and marginalized, specifically women, youth, the elderly, the disabled, and the Rastafari community. We want to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis leaves no one behind. Mr. President, we aspire to create a society where our people can live in safety and security. However, we are plagued by the scourge that is the proliferation of illicit and untraceable weapons flowing into our region. States that manufacture these weapons must take greater responsibility to combat the illegal flows that can threaten our national and regional security and can have devastating socio-economic consequences. We cannot win this fight against the guns on our own. International cooperation is necessary if we are to ensure the protection of our societies and our people. To this end, we thank the United States for increasing its collaboration with the region, with my own country, to deal with the illicit transshipment of guns and to buttress our overall national security apparatus. We must continue to work together to ensure continued success in this regard. Mr. President, it is of great concern that glaring global inequities persist and are growing wider despite sustained calls for global solidarity, action, and cooperation. For example, Venezuela has been placed in a precarious situation as a result of the application of sanctions, and its people continue to bear the brunt of these unilateral measures. We therefore strongly urge constructive dialogue between the governments of the Republic of Venezuela and the United States to relieve the hardships these impositions have caused the Venezuelan people. Further, it ought to be noted that while others benefit from access to Venezuela's natural resources, its Caribbean neighbors are denied as a result of these sanctions. Mr. President, continuing with inequities and the need for respect for sovereign states, Cuba, which has been a generous global partner, is caught in the clutches of an unjust and continuing economic, commercial, and financial embargo, which has caused suffering on a people who do not deserve it The people of St. Kitts and Nevis stand in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba and call for the immediate ending of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, speaking to the issue of governments and peoples who are excluded from the full participation within the United Nations and the global multilateral systems, I recall the situation of Taiwan. Taiwan has proven itself to be a reliable development partner, which greatly contributes to collective efforts to address the pressing global issues of today. It is our firm belief that Taiwan should be able to make its contribution to the work and budget of multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the World Health Assembly in furtherance of the common global goals. And it is a hope that the right of its 23 million people to adequate representation can be realized. Moreover, we urge for peace in that region of the world, as war would result in severe consequences for all of us. Mr. President, closer home, the ongoing dire situation in our sister nation, Haiti, demands the sustained attention and support of the international community. Haiti, the first Black republic in the Western Hemisphere, continues to grapple with unimaginable scale of human suffering. A political resolution is urgently needed, while also recognizing that appropriate measures must be taken to reverse Haiti's legacy of underdevelopment. We cannot move forward on the acceleration of the Agenda 2030 if we continue to knowingly and deliberately leave some people behind. Mr. President, we are living in a world in flux, where new emerging poles and spheres of influence are challenging the existing so-called rules-based order. New currencies are being internationalized, new trade routes are taking shape, and new security, political, and economic blocs are emerging to drive geopolitical advantage. The voice of the Global South is growing bolder, with increasingly louder rumblings among powerful blocs calling for change. The need for an enhanced role and presence of developing countries from the Global South within the UN Security Council could not be more compelling. And we are convinced that in the face of these complex changes, the reform of the Security Council is necessary to better reflect contemporary geopolitical realities and enhance its effectiveness. In conclusion, this reform is critical. Let us consider a reset. On the heels of the 40th anniversary of independence of my country, the 40th anniversary, we declare that there should be a reset. We can consider it here, for it gives us the opportunity to establish an improved path to what we seek to achieve as an assembly. For today, at a time that is as challenging as it is exciting, we stand at the juncture of what is and what could be. We know what is. We understand what could be. Ours is a challenge to ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. St. Kitts and Nevis accepts the challenge and remains a ready and willing partner in our collective quest for a better world that we all deserve, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made, and I request protocol.
So there we got then the full speech coming from the
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose
okay.
Ulysses
So
Correa,
let's leave
in
that
Silva,
now.
the Prime Minister and Minister of Reform
I'm sorry.
of the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Okay, so let me just take him out. That is Dennis Francis, Ambassador Dennis Francis, who is the chair and presiding officer, president, let me get it quite right. The president of the General Assembly, this is number 78th session. Historic time for Trinidad and Tobago. Dennis Francis, a 40-year veteran of the diplomatic service of his country, and this is really the pinnacle of that career. I hope one time we'll have a chance to interview him. All right, so a couple of things here. One is that we joined the Prime Minister St. Vincent and the Grenadines late while we were attempting to fill the time before he would come up, but the agenda shifting really has been something we've had to play with over the last days. So what we're going to do, this is Saturday, and many of you may not have had an opportunity to hear some of the speeches. So what we're going to do is catch up. We call this Catch Up Saturday. It'll take a little time for us to get the full recording of Prime Minister Gonzalez. So let's work. That is one thing in progress. But let me say, catch up. So today, what I'm going to do is to share with you all of the speeches so far, bearing in mind that up ahead this afternoon is Belize, and then the next or final, yes, the final presentation will be that of Jamaica, which is on Tuesday. So we have a lot of time to do the catch up. All right. So the order was Suriname was up first, followed by Guyana, the two South American neighbors, which I thought was kind of special. They both got a chance to talk about their own situations. But interestingly, all of the leaders spoke as Caricom representatives, and they addressed the issues we face, the progress they've made in terms of the SDGs, and also the issues on the world community. So, they all spoke about ending the embargo against Cuba, ending the sanctions against Venezuela, moving urgently to deal with the situation in Haiti, and calling on the Security Council to approve a resolution that would provide for the movement of a peacekeeping force. And everybody's been careful not to use the word force or not to use the word military. But Kenya has offered, supported by Rwanda and the Caricom states of Jamaica and the Bahamas, to strengthen the police force, the Haitian police force. That really is the big bugbear that they need to address. Interestingly, we learned yesterday as well that members of the Haitian police force are just running away and getting off the island and heading to the United States or parts unknown, as Bourdain would say. All right, so with Suriname first, then Guyana, and then it was Dominica's turn. The president of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Charles Savarin, making his final speech to the UN General Assembly in that role because he's retiring as president of Dominica. Then we had a very prideful appearance of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, because, of course, his native man is in the chair as president. Interestingly, Dennis Francis did not do what other presiding officers did when their country leader came up. They all took the opportunity to say that they were happy to introduce their president or prime minister, but he didn't do that. Interestingly, get a chance to ask him about that at some point. All right, and then of course we had Barbados, Mia Motley, described as the darling of the international community, but she doesn't mince words. And she delivered another, what they call a tour de force presentation, in terms of urging the world community to recognize that the reforms under the Bridgetown Initiative and under the initiative articulated by the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, and also supported by France in that summit she had in Paris with him, that this is the time to fix this matter of funding for sustainable development, and particularly lost and damaged, lost and found. Yeah, lost and damaged, which was really one way of saying, and let's explain that. What they are saying is this: look, small island developing states or developing states are all under the brunt of the impact of climate change. They didn't cause the damage that is inflicted, and therefore it is the responsibility of the developed countries to provide a fund that will address the immediate needs. One, countries such as our Caribbean states are facing hurricanes and so on. We need an immediate set of funds to deal with the damage, the loss and damage. That's what we're really talking about here. And also to put in place mechanisms to deal with creating a resilient environment. So let's take Dominica, for instance, hit by 2 hurricanes back to back, worst of them being Maria back in 2017. And Dominica has said that they want to be the world's first resilient nation. What are they going to do? Well, they got to move all the housing that was, in the path of rivers and so on, and create an environment in which the housing stock can withstand the kind of intense hurricanes. Number 5 coming up on the scale, really affecting them, destroying much of that country, and destroying any economic progress they've made. So that's really what that loss and found is about. The call, of course, for the end of the embargo against Cuba has always been on everybody's agenda and speech. The removal of sanctions against Venezuela as well, and also, interestingly, all the leaders have addressed their condolences to the people in Morocco and also in Libya. Earthquake on one side, serious flooding on another. They've also called for peace in the Middle East, and particularly for Palestine to become an independent state and be free to the colonial occupation by Israel, as they term it, and also an end to any of the armed conflicts on the African continent itself. So quite a set of a number of things that they've addressed, and you'll hear from time to time. But let me then start the catch up here. I'm glad you could join us. Let's go first with the presentation made by the Surinamese President Chen Santokhi.
Address by His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome my own President, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the General Assembly, Secretary of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, I'm proud to observe that this august body is under dedicated leadership of our Caribbean sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and that a distinguished citizen and experienced diplomat of that country is at the helm of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, this is my 4th statement to this global body, and since then, I'm afraid to conclude that not much has changed for the better regarding the essential elements of peace, prosperity, and climate in our world. On the other hand, the challenges and crises have increased and deepened. I do not need to mention these crises because we know them all and repeat them every single time we speak to an international and regional audience. And the more important and relevant matter at hand is, what do we do about? We make promises not often kept. We express noble goals, but the delivery is poor. This cannot go on. Business as usual cannot be our mantra. No country is spared of the effects of this crisis, especially developing countries like my own country, Suriname. And no country can solve these challenges alone. It is worth mentioning that we humans are responsible for these crises, and we must take responsibility for them, and we must also express collective leadership to solve these problems effectively. A new approach of the conceptualizing our relationships is needed to adequately address this crisis. A new kind of multilateralism that is more just, effective, and forces us to unite. One that will demonstrate respect and commitment to international law and cooperation. It is therefore of utmost importance to transcend national interests and look to our common goals, and we must put aside ideological differences to constructively deliver for the prosperity of our people and the protection of our planet. We simply cannot expect durable solutions in a rapidly changing world if we do not reset the buttons. Mr. President, as world leaders, we have stressed that upholding firm commitments to international principles and international law, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism are a conditio sine qua non to address these global challenges and threats. The role of the United Nations in defense and upholding of these principles through dialogue, constructive engagement, and concrete action remains crucial. Therefore, a strong, determined, and united United Nations is a must. Mr. President, the multiple global and national crises, such as debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the raging war in Ukraine, have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. Limited financial and technical resources had to be allocated for many emergencies just to make sure that no one was left behind. Mr. President, let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. I want to reiterate that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is a real and a daily problem. However, I remain of the view that the earmarked transformation envisioned by the 2030 SDG agenda remains both possible and essential. Mr. President, as we know, food security is a major challenge. And just a few days ago in Cuba, I stressed the importance of science, technology, and innovation to increase food production and optimize the inputs needed to make agriculture more productive. And during my visit, Mr. President, I personally experienced the negative impact of the long-standing embargo, an embargo that does not achieve what it was meant for. The Caricom food security program is an example to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025 and promote local production with modern technology. Mr. President, the reach and impact of digital technologies will only continue to increase in the coming years, and it is crucial that the benefits of this innovation are leveraged to ensure an accessible, transparent, safe, and secure, digitally transformative environment. To implement this comprehensive strategy in a coherent manner, my country has recently designed and adopted a national digital strategy 2023-2030. Mr. President, the political, humanitarian, and security environment in Haiti is deteriorating. While I appreciate the efforts made so far to assist in finding an immediate solution, much more political efforts need to be made to translate the intentions into real actions. The people of Haiti are looking toward a regional and international community for assistance. At the same time, the Haitian stakeholders, which are divided in opposing groups, must demonstrate the will to dialogue and reach consensus for a way forward in the shortest time possible. Mr. President, another climate conference of the parties, COP28, is on our doorstep. As we are amidst in the reality of the increased intensity of the devastating global impact of climate change. It is regrettable to admit that despite some efforts, the world is still far from reaching the required level of emissions. And to prevent irreversible damage to our global environment and society. And we are bearing the brunt. While Suriname currently is experiencing extraordinary high temperatures resulting in challenges with regard to the availability of drinking water, inland areas are increasingly flooded by heavy rainfall, and coastal areas are threatened by the rising of the seawater level. As a consequence, the people living in remote parts of our vast interior are deprived of work, education, basic utilities, and food security is under threat. As one of the only 3 carbon negative countries in the world, Suriname remains committed and continues to play its part in protecting the planet through national actions, but also through engaging in strategic international public and private partnerships that will contribute to remaining carbon negative for now and also for the future. We cannot go to Dubai in less than 2 months and hear the same analysis, the same stories, the same policies, the same speeches with noble goals, the same promises, and after that, nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes too long to make the required decisions that will have a meaningful impact and all will improve our living conditions. We need easier access to climate financing to implement mitigation and adaptation policies. We must walk the talk regarding loss and damage. We must join efforts that call for compensating highly forested countries for the so-called removal credits, as these countries so far have acted as carbon sinks for the whole world without any compensation. Mr. President, many of us have raised the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture as the most critical issue to address the economic, financial, and environmental challenges faced by developing countries. An integral part of this reform process must include the discussion on new ways of classifying countries. And I ask all of us to contribute to the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index. Mr. President, my country, Suriname, is at the cusp of promising commercial development of newfound oil and gas resources. These developments and also the capital generation will allow us to provide for our population a social, health, and education system that will facilitate increased production in other sectors, creating a sustainable future for the current and the next generations. Suriname has, over the past 3 years, gone through a financial and economic reform process whereby my country people, citizens, had to sacrifice in many ways. Coupled with the COVID pandemic, the impact of climate change, the effects of war in Eastern Europe, and a high debt burden, the impact on the people in my country was even worse. I want to assure that the international community that my government is committed to remain a carbon negative country with an enormous biodiversity pool and a low deforestation level. During the Amazon Summit held last month in Belém do Pará in Brazil, we and 7 other countries have committed to a better management of the Amazon region. We committed to even stopping deforestation by the year 2030. We are committed to the application of high international environmental standards so that the impact of the environment can be minimized. Mr. Chair, we do this to finance our committed transition to an economy that is primarily based on renewable, non-carbon-based energy generation by 2060. I announce with a certain degree of pride that we recently registered our carbon credits for the first time on the UNFCCC registry. That was done with our own, albeit limited, capabilities. And we shall see how the market responds to these new resources. All these commitments are made to contribute to saving the planet and life on Earth. But I call on all heavy polluters to start with this process as well, and not to try to manage tax or punish environmental friendly production in developing countries, which are at least responsible for the climate crisis. Real change must particularly come from the more developed countries. In closing, Mr. President, together, let us harness our collective strengths, knowledge, determination to create a world where resilience and inclusivity are not just aspirations, but realities. Only through joint efforts, we can build a future where no one is left behind and where the Sustainable Development Goals become a shining beacon of hope and progress for all. We owe this to the current and future generations, and I appeal to all of us to work constructively and collectively towards a better and a new world order, and to recommit to the original goals of the Charter of the United Nations, but now, ladies and gentlemen, with more dedication, with more passion, and with more love for each other. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
There you got the president of Suriname making a very interesting speech. And as I said, all of the leaders have literally represented Caricom, not just their countries, but certainly focused on the progress or lack of progress or whatever in terms of the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals are really a sticking point here. The expectation that a lot more progress would have been made by this stage, but that certainly has not been the case for a number of countries, not just the Caribbean. A major disappointment for the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, who said, "Look, we gotta pull up your socks. We gotta get this sorted out." All right. So if you're just joining us, what we're doing here is we're doing a catch up on the presentations made at the United Nations General Assembly in New York. And I'm doing this in the order that they appeared. So Suriname was first up, then there's Guyana. And I can tell you what is ahead after that. We would then go to Dominica, to be followed by Trinidad and Tobago, then Barbados, then St. Lucia, then Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda. We'll do Haiti, we'll do the Bahamas, and we'll do St. Vincent of the Grenadines, for those of you who, like us, missed the top of it. And then we'll do St. Kitts and Nevis. So that should bring us right up. And the last presentation today is Belize. So I think we'll take a break at the end of the St. Kitts Nevis presentation. And let me tell you that the Jamaicans, you wonder where Jamaica is, right? Well, Jamaica is next week on Tuesday morning. Okay, so let's then go keep the order going and go next to the president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Irfan Ali. I know you're going to say he can talk food. No, he's got more than that to say to the audience.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Taneti Mau, President, Head of Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Yeah, I've obviously put up the wrong one. So let me fix that as we get together here. I'm not sure what happened there, but that certainly is not Guyana for sure. So let me search into my database here and pull up the video file, which should be available and should really be the one. All right, so that was not Guyana for some reason or other. That doesn't make any sense, but bear with me as I scroll through. Maybe what I should do is go to another one in the meantime as I try to find exactly what's happening. Let me go to Dominica then at this stage and bring that up. All right.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Charles Angelo Saverin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of state and heads of government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. President, my delegation and by extension the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica wish to congratulate you on your elevation to the office of President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success during your term. As Dominica currently holds the chairmanship of the Caribbean Community, Caricom, I also extend to you the support of Caricom during your tenure. Your appointment It is testament to the fact that small island developing states' contribution to the multilateral system is of crucial importance, particularly with the innumerable challenges confronting such states globally. Having served as ambassador of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for several years, your experience and knowledge on many of the current issues impacting member states should serve you well in leading the Assembly over the next year. Mr. President, it is quite evident that the challenges being faced globally can be daunting. The climate crisis similarly will not go away, as evidenced, for example, by recent wildfires in Hawaii and Canada, thereby illuminating the discussion on the need to give even more urgent attention to mitigation and climate financing. Global inflation has impacted significantly on the livelihood of the most vulnerable, while there is justification for increasing concern over chronic, non-communicable diseases adversely impacting the health and wellness of our people. Mr. President, the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated amidst the global call for an end to this terrible war. Such a situation would normally be unthinkable in this 21st century. As the conflict escalates, the World Bank's most recent estimate for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine is placed at US $411 billion. This figure is expected to increase the longer the conflict persists. All conflicts, Mr. President, must eventually end at the negotiating table. Dominica therefore calls for an end to the fighting and for good faith negotiations to prevail. We join all those resolute in their international obligation to uphold peace as outlined in the United Nations Charter, and we support the call for a resolution to the issues giving rise to this conflict. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica endorses the joint declaration by the G20 on the Russia-Ukraine conflict and other global issues at the end of the 18th G20 summit held recently in New Delhi, India. Mr. President, while we in Dominica are opposed to coups and attempted coups, we are also aware that in 2010, there were a series of uprisings affecting Arab countries of the Middle East and North Africa, which was dubbed in the West as the Arab Spring. These uprisings, with at least the tacit support of the West, resulted in the removal of several governments. There was no talk of sanctions or military intervention to restore the ousted governments. Today, Mr. President, we are witnessing what I refer to as the African summer, and we are hearing the drumbeat of sanctions and military intervention. What is the difference between the Arab Spring and the African summer, I ask? The international community should pay heed to the wisdom of the leaders of the African Union who have opposed military intervention and urged diplomatic engagement. The question is, whose interest would military intervention serve? Certainly not the people of Africa. We in Dominica and the Caribbean urge that in all such situations, the interest of the population be foremost in any consideration of intervention by neighboring countries and indeed by the international community. Mr. President, this year's theme for the General Assembly is in keeping with the strides we should all be making at the international and multilateral levels to achieve an accelerated and progressive implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The challenges faced by small island developing states in achieving this objective are considerable. Typically, the narrow fiscal space and the increase in economic and environmental losses attributable to changes in weather patterns and other climate-related events have served to increase our vulnerabilities exponentially. The evidence suggests that we live in an imperfect world by virtue of our inherent geophysical and socioeconomic characteristics, and some countries, Dominica included, will always be disproportionately disadvantaged by the actions of others. In this regard, we welcome the high-level dialogue on financing for development and the call by the Secretary General for a Climate Ambition Summit. We are optimistic that this forum will be a practical demonstration of a commitment to securing the necessary funding to initiate transformative change. Mr. President, the key elements for accelerating realization of the 2030 Agenda include the harnessing of information communication technologies and the role which science will play in ensuring effective decision-making. ICTs can provide a platform to get more done within a shorter period of time and further create an impetus to bridge the generational gap, allowing for innovation and creativity to emerge to the fore. Our youth must be continually engaged, thereby engendering a sense of trust in their leaders and institutions. This is critical to ensuring that the significant gaps which currently exist between the haves and the have-nots are addressed and drastically reduced. Access to quality education, clean water, food security, proper health care, decent work, proper housing, and economic growth taken together must be the foundation upon which we continue to ensure that no one is left behind. The immiserating of our more vulnerable societies by unfair trade practices must be replaced by trade practices which reasonably benefit primary producers and support and/or encourage downstream processing and manufacturing, while international resources must be targeted at the most vulnerable and indigent among us. Only then can we be assured of achieving a society of prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, advancement towards the Sustainable Development Goals must be people-centered, complemented by policies which allow for security and peace. The government of Dominica recognizes the central role of its citizens in the decision-making process on major national issues, and to this end, government has engaged the expertise of the international community in reviewing its electoral system and has embarked on a wide cross-sectoral consultation to hear varying views from every segment of the society on recommendations for electoral reform in the country. It is therefore anticipated that when the final measures are brought before Parliament, they will be in keeping with best practices and the views of the majority. The Commonwealth of Dominica will continue to identify with and champion the agenda of small island developing states on the international level. Accordingly, we wish to emphasize the need for the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund agreed upon at COP27. Implementation of this fund will allow SEEDS to access the required resources earmarked for the recovery of our vulnerable economies post-disasters and further facilitate the creation of a vital safety net for our people. Over the last 30 years, SEEDS have been advocated for resilience building measures based on our inherent vulnerabilities and the frequency and magnitude of increase in global shocks. The lack of adequate assistance from developmental partners and international financial institutions has forced governments to borrow at unfavorable terms, resulting in high repayment costs and unsustainable debt levels for our fragile economies. To this end, Mr. President, Dominica fully supports the work on the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which can contribute to unlocking the type of financing which is so urgently required. Additionally, Dominica pledges its full support and participation in the upcoming SEEDS conference to be held in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024. This conference should serve as a watershed moment for all SEEDS, such that action-oriented outcomes can be derived. Moreover, mindful of the confluence of challenges confronting SEEDS today, there should be no further delay in the much-needed reform of international financial institutions to address the contemporary realities of debt distress and debt solvency. Dominica therefore joins fellow member states of Caricom in support of the Bridgetown Initiative as a core blueprint for restructuring the architecture of sovereign debt. Mr. President, my delegation unreservedly welcomes the adoption of the BBNJ agreement, building on the legacy of the United Nations Conference of the Law of the Sea. This achievement reaffirms the UN's role in facilitating the implementation of multilaterally agreed solutions to global challenges. Dominica supports early entry into force of this agreement as well as its implementation. My delegation further welcomes the commitments shared by all to ensure capacity building and transfer of marine technology to support developing countries in their quest to implement and benefit from the said agreement. The prevailing situation in our fellow Caricom member states of Haiti is a dire one which deserves urgent international intervention. Haiti faces deep-rooted crises on multiple fronts, much of it arising from its post-independence relations with the international community, poor governance over the years, and the lingering effects of the catastrophic devastation visited on that country by a 7.0 magnitude earthquake in January of 2010. To date, Mr. President, while there may have been preliminary figures, I am not aware that any comprehensive assessment detailing the extent of the destruction of the 2010 earthquake, nor a World Bank estimate of the cost of reconstruction, as has been done with the situation in Ukraine. The fact remains that since 2010, Haiti has been hit by several earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, pandemics, and socio-political instability. If ever there was a cause deserving the full attention of the international community, that cause is Haiti. The Commonwealth of Dominica aligns itself with processes outlined by the Organization of American States to support the people of Haiti in August of 2022, as well as decisions taken by the Caricom community at its 45th regular meeting of heads of government in July of this year to lend active support to the government and people of Haiti in the effort to arrive at a Haitian-led solution to the ongoing crisis. While both these institutions have offered commendable and necessary recommendations, even collectively, these will not be sufficient to normalize the current situation in Haiti. We have accepted that the crises in Haiti are not limited to food shortage and security. The IPC report lays bare the severity of Haiti's food crisis, noting, and I quote, that nearly half of the population of 11 million is grappling with high levels of acute food insecurity. Additionally, the humanitarian situation is being further aggravated by a national security problem, including the illicit flow of arms and ammunition and gang-related violence. The Commonwealth of Dominica is of the view that a strategy which addresses the root causes of instability in Haiti will be embraced by the people of Haiti. We also underscore that such an approach cannot be pursued without the unwavering support of the international community. My delegation therefore calls on the Security Council to move decisively to offer support to Haiti in key priority areas, including security, governance, education, health, water and electricity, sustainable livelihoods, and long-term development planning and advocacy. Mr. President, Dominica continues to stand with the overwhelming majority of the international community in calling for the removal of the 60-year-old economic blockade imposed on the Republic of Cuba by the United States. In November of 2022, this body voted overwhelmingly 185-2, condemning the embargo. Even Ukraine, Mr. President, could not bring itself to support the United States in this outdated and unjust measure and abstained from voting. This body must continue to condemn this egregious violation until it is lifted, as it has severely impacted the lives and livelihoods of the ordinary Cuban citizens for the last 6 decades. Additionally, the inclusion of that country on the United States State Department unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism are all unjustified measures. Further, Mr. President, my delegation supports the lifting of sanctions on the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. This hegemonic situation constitutes a violation of the human rights of the Venezuelan people. We therefore stand in solidarity with the government and people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and look forward to a complete lifting of all such sanctions, thus allowing the realization of the great potential for the rapid socioeconomic development of this great nation. Finally, Mr. President, as one of the more vulnerable small island states, which was devastated in 2015 by Tropical Storm Erika, resulting in significant loss of life and loss of over 90% of our GDP, and being again struck by Hurricane Maria in 2017, resulting in the loss of 226% of our GDP, we empathize with the government and people of the Kingdom of Morocco, who was struck by a 6.8 magnitude earthquake on September the 8th, resulting in over 3,000 deaths and twice as many injuries and the complete devastation of several communities. Similarly, Mr. President, Dominica empathizes with the government and people of Libya, who experienced flooding of biblical proportions, resulting in the loss of more than 20,000 lives, with thousands of citizens still unaccounted for, according to UN reports, and incalculable devastation in terms of infrastructure and built heritage. We welcome the responses of neighboring countries and the international community to these catastrophes in both of these North African countries, and urge even greater response in line with the magnitude of these natural disasters. Mr. President, I end by calling all member states of this United Nations to recommit ourselves to this organization as an instrument of our joint obligation to the global community. And I wish you, Mr. President, and all delegates to this 78th session every success during these deliberations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Distinguished delegates and excellencies, may I have the singular honor of
All right, so there we got quite an address by the President of Dominica, Charles Savarin, and taking the opportunity, of course, to support the calls made for the removal of the embargo against Cuba, the sanctions against Venezuela, and particularly focusing on some elements that are so dear to Dominica in terms of their concerns about the impact of climate change and their efforts to become the world's first resilient country. All right, so if you're just joining us, so what we're doing here in Caribbean Bridges is catch up. Yeah, we're catching up for your benefit here on a Saturday, where more of you would be available to follow. And we will share with you, we'll go to Guyana next, to be followed by Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, then to Haiti, Bahamas, and then we should get to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Kitts and Nevis, and that should catch up all of it. The only two countries remaining after that will be Belize, who are due to go to the podium this afternoon, and then next Tuesday will be the turn of Jamaica. So let's go back then to look at the presentation made by the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, President Irfan Ali.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, please accept my warm congratulations on your election to the presidency of the General Assembly for its 78th session. I assure you of Guyana's full support as you carry out your responsibilities. I also take this opportunity to express our appreciation to His Excellency Shaba Kurosi for his leadership as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I join those before me in expressing Guyana's solidarity with the governments and peoples of Libya and Morocco in the wake of the recent devastating flood and earthquake. The theme of this year's Assembly recognizes the need for us to collectively reset global relationships and imbue them with enhanced trust and solidarity. Only in doing so can we aspire to confront the most pressing challenges of our era: climate change, conflicts, the energy and food crisis, and achieving sustainable development. I remain convinced that multilateralism remains the most effective approach to address these challenges, foremost of which is climate change. We are all experiencing its devastating effects. The difference, however, is our capacity to respond. It is well established that those bearing the brunt of the climate phenomena have made no contribution to the current crisis. Small island developing and low-lying coastal states like Guyana are among the hardest hit and require adequate financing to address the attendant effects. The commitments by the developed countries, including the pledge of US $100 billion per year, remain unfulfilled. How much longer must developing countries wait for these commitments to be fully delivered? Although at net zero emissions, Guyana continues to pursue growth premised on a low-carbon development strategy. Our goal is to ensure that our resources are utilized sustainably to foster inclusive and equitable development for our people. As a country with the second highest forest cover per capita in the world, we know the importance of forests in mitigating the effects of climate change at a global level. Our advocacy in this regard has resulted in Guyana being issued 33.4 million tons of carbon credits, the first jurisdictional scale program in the world. Thus far, we have secured $750 million for the period 2016 to 2030. Guyana is committed to a clean energy transition. We're aiming for over 80% reliance on renewable energy by 2030. Technology, capacity, and financing are key for developing countries to build a relevant energy mix and a share of renewable energy needed. Guyana is using revenue from oil and gas resources to finance its transition to renewable energy, notwithstanding our already globally recognized net zero status. Allow me to expound on the critical question of a just, affordable, and equitable transition. Bloomberg estimates that achieving global net zero emissions by 2050 requires annual investments to more than triple from the 2021 level to $6.7 trillion per year. To limit the rise of global temperature to less than 2 degrees Celsius, the IEA estimates that investment in the energy sector alone will have to be increased by approximately $1 trillion annually. At the same time, in developing countries, the situation is more frightening, with close to 900 million people worldwide having no access to electricity. All of this against the backdrop of a widening financing gap in achieving the SDGs. With adaptation alone estimated at $160 to $340 billion by 2030, and $315 billion to $565 billion by 2050, according to UNEP. More than 90 countries have committed to net zero emissions. To achieve this, the IEA estimates that by 2050, more than 85% of buildings must be net zero carbon ready. More than 90% heavy industrial production must be low emissions, and almost 70% of electricity will have to come from solar photovoltaic. Based on these targets, renewable share in the generation of electricity will have to increase from 29% in 2020 to 88% in 2050. Meanwhile, to remove carbon from the atmosphere, the world will need to simultaneously halt deforestation and increase tree cover gain 2 times faster by 2030. This means by 2050, 7.6 gigatons of carbon will have to be captured and stored compared to 0.4 gigatons in 2020. According to McKinsey & Company, it would cost $375 trillion in cumulative spending on physical assets to transition to net zero by 2050. Mr. President, the question is, under these circumstances, how realistic is the transition path to net zero? It is clear that the global ambition of net zero by 2050 is not currently realistic given the costs of transition and the financing commitment thus far. I say all of this not to reduce ambition, but for us to honestly and frankly direct our energies to a more balanced approach towards net zero in a realistic environment. My country, Guyana, is blessed with the best of both worlds. That is the ability to lead on climate change and the use of our expansive oil and gas reserves to contribute to the advancement and development of our country and region. But let me hasten to add, Mr. President, COP28 will not achieve the desired objectives of definitively putting our planet on a net zero trajectory if we continue to address this matter in a doctrinarian way, ignoring the current realities. Given the growth in demand for energy, a significant part of that demand will come from many in the developing world who continue to live in energy poverty. It is also a fact that renewables will not meet the growth of demand in the near future. If the debate at COP28 is framed by two camps, one calling for no cuts in fossil fuel production, including the most polluting form, such as coal, and the other saying that the only solution to net zero is an end to fossil fuel production, then we will fail once again to achieve a viable outcome and not to give our world the energy it needs to grow and prosper. I believe that net zero by 2050 as a target can only be achieved by a combination of measures that include a cut in fossil fuel production, incentivizing the introduction of renewables at scale, exploring advances in technology, in using carbon capture and storage, cutting deforestation and land degradation, and introducing measures to curb demand for energy. As custodians of the rainforests, the size of England and Scotland combined, we are of the view that the lack of financing for standing forests suggests they are worth more dead than alive. That is why we support the expansion of a financial mechanism that appropriately value the environmental services provided by forests, including through the carbon market. We are at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda, our global blueprint for sustainable and resilient development. Financing is a cornerstone of all efforts to achieve the SDGs and the challenges faced by developing countries, including the funding gaps, which I highlighted in the SDG Summit commitments, including those made 50 years ago to provide 0.7% of GNI in ODA, must be fulfilled. The existing financial architecture is incapable of addressing current global challenges and must be reformed. In this regard, the early adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, implementing the measures in the Bridgetown Initiative, and addressing liquidity support, private capital, development lending, trade, and more inclusive governance of the international financial institutions must form part of the reform agenda. Mr. President, the world is presently experiencing a global food crisis marked by soaring food prices, heightened food insecurity, and increasing levels of hunger. Conflict, climate change, and the effects of the pandemic contribute to this dire state. Approximately 198 million people in 26 least developed countries face severe food insecurity since the beginning of 2022. Due to rising food prices and trade restrictions, this situation has worsened. By 2030, it is estimated that nearly 670 million people, equivalent to 8% of the global population, will suffer from undernourishment. Global agri-food systems must be urgently transformed to ensure they are more resilient and that nutritious food is affordable for all. We also condemn the weaponization of food as an instrument of war. Guyana welcomes the convening of the 3 high-level meetings on health and the important commitments in the political declarations. But we must together move rapidly to the implementation if we are to achieve universal health coverage for all and be adequately prepared for future pandemics. Guyana has already made tremendous strides on the path to universal health coverage. In so doing, we have increased our health spending per capita by 64% in the last 3 years. Mr. President, global peace is hinged on respect and human dignity. Our work at all levels must advance the dignity and rights of every person on our planet to create a just, equitable, and peaceful world. We have noted that since the war began in Ukraine more than a year ago, the developed world provided approximately $220 billion in support to Ukraine. The World Bank has added more than $37.5 billion in emergency financing, almost $260 billion mobilized in less than 2 years. On the other hand, aid to the Palestinian people over a period of 26 years amounted to just over $40 billion, according to figures compiled by the OECD. Haiti receives just over $20 billion in aid for reconstruction and development over the past 60 years. African countries were recipients of just over $113 billion over a 3-year period to fight hunger, according to the OECD. To be clear, Guyana unequivocally supports the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the UN Charter and remains in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine and what they justly require from the international community. However, I cannot overlook the disparity in the approach to other countries and regions of the world. This must be corrected. Clearly, this is a demonstration of an unjust ecosystem surrounding and supporting development financing, peace, and security. Importantly, it also proves that if truly committed, mechanisms do exist to unlock financing at scale. Mr. President, adherence to the rule of law, including international law, must continue to be the cornerstone of all of our engagements. This is being undermined by threats and naked acts of aggression against sovereign states and by the perpetuation of old conflicts and disputes between states. The Russian invasion must end. Greater diplomatic efforts must be made to bring an end to this war. The ongoing crisis in Haiti is of grave concern. Urgent and decisive action must be taken to secure a comprehensive solution. I commend the offer of the governments of Kenya and Rwanda to lead the multinational force in Haiti, as well as the offers by the Bahamas and Jamaica. Guyana is committed to working closely with partners within the UN and Caricom frameworks to find a long-lasting, stable, and sustainable solution to the Haitian crisis, so that our Haitian brothers and sisters can live in peace and dignity. The Republic of Cuba has been the object of aggression for more than 6 decades. We repeat our call for the dismantling of the unacceptable embargo against our sister Caribbean state. The economic and political aggression, along with the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, must come to an end. I also reaffirm Guyana's long-standing solidarity with the Palestinian people and support for their dignified existence in their homeland in accordance with the two-state solution. As member states of the United Nations, let us do more to move past rhetoric so that the peace process can progress. Mr. President, when I addressed the OAS last Friday, I recalled to that hemispheric body how Guyana was excluded from the OAS for 25 years from its birth as a nation on account of a spurious territorial claim to 2/3 of our homeland by Venezuela. But justice prevailed, and Guyana was ultimately admitted. It is sad, however, that 57 years after Guyana's independence, we remain threatened. Venezuela's efforts to undermine our freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity are today before the International Court of Justice, as decided by the UN Secretary General under the Geneva Agreement of 1966. The ICJ's jurisdiction in the matter has been twice affirmed by the court. We are confident that Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity will also be affirmed when the court issues its final judgment. I regret to inform you that Venezuela's threats continue. Just last night, Guyana received a very threatening message from Venezuela. It came in the form of a communique attacking Guyana for putting certain oil blocks in our sovereign waters of forbid. Guyana considers this a threat to regional and international peace and security, as well as to Guyana's investment partners. We demand that Venezuela honors its obligation under the Charter to pursue only peaceful means to settle any disputes it may have with Guyana, including adjudication before the International Court of Justice. Allowing the court to decide would ensure a resolution that is peaceful, equitable, and in accordance with international law. Guyana will spare no effort in defending its sovereign and territorial integrity. I express appreciation to every member of the international community that has continued to support Guyana's effort to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, as Guyana takes its place next January as a member of the Security Council, those principles of international law and justice, so prominent in the charter of this organization, shall be our guide. And so, I express heartfelt gratitude to the overwhelming support of member states to our candidature to the United Nations Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. I wish to assure the entire UN membership that Guyana is committed to working with fellow Council members and the wider UN membership to fulfill the mandate of the Security Council. Mr. President, as I reflect on the state of growing insecurity in the world, let me also reiterate the calls made by Caricom for the early and urgent reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more effective and inclusive. Mr. President, September is the month dedicated to indigenous people in my country. We are aware that globally, indigenous peoples are often left behind. Not so in Guyana. My government is investing heavily in indigenous peoples' development, ensuring their inclusion and participation in decision-making at all levels. Our land titling program has resulted in indigenous peoples obtaining legal ownership of 16.4% of Guyana's land mass. In addition to regular government investment, 15% of all proceeds from the sale of carbon credits go directly to indigenous villages to finance their development. Guyana is the first country to implement such an initiative. We are proud of our record and stand ready to share our experiences. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by renewing Guyana's solidarity with the peoples of the world, our commitment to multilateralism, our readiness to partner with states large and small in the quest for peace and prosperity for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
So
The
there we
Assembly
go.
will hear
The President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Well, as a journalist, the big news out of that would certainly be the threat coming from Venezuela. Interestingly, Venezuela threatening Guyana on the day before, the evening before the President of Guyana gets to go to the UN General Assembly, and at a time when every speaker has been calling for the lifting of sanctions against Venezuela by the United States and others. Interesting developments there. All right. So speaking of Venezuela, I think that this is the point that we go now to Venezuela's neighbor, Trinidad and Tobago. The impact of the situation in Venezuela has been particularly strong on Trinidad and Tobago. Thousands of Venezuelans have fled across the waterway, literally, to neighboring Trinidad and Tobago. You can see the coastline of Venezuela from the Gulf area of Trinidad. So that's how close it is. It's really not a great distance, and it's not nearly as perilous as we've seen the efforts of migrants to cross the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean, trying to get to, say, Italy and European countries from Africa. So let's go then to hear from the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, in a very proud position of being introduced by the President of the General Assembly, Trinidad and Tobago's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Dennis Francis.
We will hear an address by His Excellency Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, it's an honor to address this August Assembly of States at this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I stand before you on behalf of a proud nation which is celebrating the leadership of the General Assembly for the next year by a son of the soil of Trinidad and Tobago. We are proud of you, Mr. President. I again extend warmest congratulations to you on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and you are assured of our full support. I also wish to express our deepest gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Saba Karusi, for ably guiding our work during the 77th session. Permit me, Mr. President, to express our deepest condolences to and solidarity with the government and people of Morocco, as well as the government and people of Libya, on the recent tragedies which have resulted in the significant loss of lives, livelihoods, and destruction of property. Mr. President, at the midpoint of the journey for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, a sober reflection would leave many observers with a pessimistic feeling that the world is in peril and that we are at risk of significantly falling short of ensuring that no one is left behind. We have seen an array of cascading crises in many parts of the world. Recently, the Secretary General sounded the alarm that the period of global warming had ended and that the era of global boiling has arrived. Investments in instruments of war have far surpassed investments in instruments of peace and peace building. Some protracted conflicts are continuing with little signs of ceasefire, and others continue to erupt and escalate with disturbing consequences. All of these contribute to the waning spirit of multilateralism in our United Nations, the very purpose for which this organization was built. We have seen glimmers of hope extinguished by the darkness of despair, where the most vulnerable of the global population are made to pay the highest price. The cards of the international financial system remain heavily stacked against Global South, thereby inhibiting the prospect of these countries to achieve economic growth and sustainable development. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I ask, is this the legacy that we would leave for future generations? Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, as a responsible member of this organization, is committed to doing its part to achieve sustainable development and international peace and security for all. However, our ability to safely navigate our destiny to the harbor of sustainable development by 2030 is stymied by challenges and threats, some of which are existential. One such threat is the proliferation and use of illegal firearms in our society, which, just like in other jurisdictions, bring untold suffering to many families and communities and the nation as a whole. Only today, Mr. President, we experience the loss of life of 5 members of one family killed by an assailant with an assault weapon. Mr. President, this situation has worsened largely because of the accelerated commercial availability, coupled with illegal trafficking from countries of manufacture into the almost defenseless territories of the Caribbean. In a population of 1.4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago, we experienced over 600 murders last year, 90% of which involved handguns and increasingly assault weapons. Within our best efforts and a huge consumption of our already scarce resources, we have seen over 400 violent firearms-driven killings already this year. Mr. President, this is a crisis shared by almost all the Caribbean territories and is to be added to the challenges that stand in the way of any successful tackling of the development goals already identified. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, both individually and as part of the Caribbean Community Caricom, has attempted to devise solutions and interventions to address these challenges meaningfully and holistically. For this reason, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago hosted the Caricom Regional Symposium to address crime and violence as a public health issue, as we felt that it was incumbent to promote and encourage dialogue aimed at reducing violence and preventing crime in our society. In this context, we are cognizant of the need for cooperation at all levels. Accordingly, Trinidad and Tobago remains fully committed to the Arms Trade Treaty and its stated objectives. We also look forward to continue to work collaboratively with our regional and international partners, especially the United States, to urgently stem the illicit trade of illegal firearms, most of which are produced by gun manufacturers and promoters based in this country. We acknowledge and appreciate the recent and ongoing support of the United States in linking arms with Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caricom in confronting this metastasizing scourge, which not only disturbs our safety, but threatens our sense of security and even the very democratic states themselves. Mr. President, we acknowledge that the proliferation of violent crime, concomitant with other escalating crises, provides fertile conditions to destabilize any country. It is in this context that Trinidad and Tobago supports Caricom's position that all nations respect the Caribbean Sea as a zone of peace. Consequently, Trinidad and Tobago, as it fights its own battles in this area, remains deeply concerned over the developments in our fellow Caricom country, Haiti, that are causing unimaginable humanitarian, socioeconomic, and security consequences. We applaud the decision of the government of Kenya to offer to help lead a multinational unit in Haiti, and welcome the decision of the governments of the Bahamas and Jamaica to contribute personnel to it. Rwanda's offer to help is also very significant and commendable. We also urge the international community to collaborate with Haiti towards the achievement of a credible solution to its current crisis that would guarantee that the country and its people are not left behind. I recall the exhortation by Trinidad and Tobago's iconic calypsonian David Rudder in his timeless classic, and I quote, Mr. President, when David Rudder says, "Haiti, I'm sorry," where he intoned, and I could continue to quote, "I refuse to believe that we, good people, would forever turn our hearts and eyes away. Haiti, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. One day we'll turn our heads and look inside you," unquote. Mr. President, that day has come. That day is now. We, the United Nations gathered here, must prioritize authorization for the external help that Haiti desperately needs. Mr. President, just like anywhere else in the world, Haiti deserves peace. Haiti deserves prosperity. Haiti deserves progress, and Haiti deserves sustainability. Haiti requires the intervention of the United Nations now. I wish to assure you that Trinidad and Tobago, as an honest broker, remains fully committed to working with the government of Haiti and all other stakeholders to arrive at an indigenous solution to comprehensively address the crisis in that country. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is of the view that in order to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, there must be universal adherence to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be paramount and permanent. It is in this connection that we continue to register our dismay and disappointment in the ongoing hostilities following the military action against Ukraine. Mr. President, though we are geographically far removed from the threat of the conflict, we are not unaffected. It is indeed disappointing that the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which assisted in stabilizing global food prices and potentially protecting millions from the threat of famine, starvation, that has been terminated. We noted with great anxiety that global food prices during the month of July rose for the first time in months. This situation is of priority concern for the Caricom community, as we acknowledge that food security remains a crucial issue for our region and is a vital component in our quest to achieve the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, it is also regrettable that after all this time, a credible solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict remains elusive. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its strong support for a two-state solution based on mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect, which would serve as a foundation for Israel and Palestine to live as peaceful, responsible neighbors. We continue to urge both sides to recommit to a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution that would ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 2023 marks two very important milestones for the international community as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the Treaty of Rome. As a country that has been a long-standing advocate of the International Criminal Court, Trinidad and Tobago congratulates the court on this achievement. In recognizing this milestone, we remember and pay tribute to an outstanding pioneer of the court, the late Arthur N.R. Robinson, former Prime Minister and President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen sufficient evidence to be convinced that his efforts, which in part resulted in the creation of the International Criminal Court, were not in vain. For this reason, Trinidad and Tobago remains steadfast in its support of the work and mandate of the court, as we believe that access to justice is a critical element towards achieving sustainable peace. We therefore continue to urge those countries that have not done so to submit to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court so that it can comprehensively fulfill its mandate as a truly universal court. Mr. President, while we acknowledge that the International Criminal Court provides a beacon of hope for access to justice, we also recognize that it is an absolute injustice that 75 years after the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there still exists discrimination, and the Caribbean nations and so many others is directly attributed to the unpaid debt for centuries of enslavement and economic exploitation of African people by Europeans. The descendants of these people populate the Caribbean islands, where they struggle manfully against the residual rigors of these historic crimes, even as they are visited by the worst effects of climate change and the constant threat of exclusion from the world's mainstream financial systems. In this regard, Trinidad and Tobago continues to call for bold, decisive action to ensure reparatory justice for the untold suffering of millions of people in the developing world. We would welcome Africa's support in this quest for justice. Mr. President, it is undeniable that climate change is an existential threat to all of us and does not recognize geographical boundaries. We also acknowledge that our people, the people of the small island developing states, those who bear the least culpability for the climate crisis, are the ones who continue to be most disproportionately affected. The experts have told us that this past July was the hottest month on record and that global ocean temperatures were also at record levels. Most disconcertingly, we noted with justifiable alarm the recent dire warning by scientists that without ambitious climate action, we will exceed the critical 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold. However, recent developments have shown that overambitious net zero targets ought not to be forced upon small island nations. Mr. President, we are called upon to be game changers on this issue. We have a responsibility for the survival and continued existence of life on this planet that no other generation of leaders has had. A global stocktake at COP28 is crucial. The global stocktake must result in a roadmap that brings the world nearer to the track by ensuring that NDCs are aligned with the 1.5 degree temperature goal. Nationally determined contributions must become nationally implemented contributions. Trinidad and Tobago is in the process of implementing its commitment to installing some infrastructure for sustainable energy supply. We urge developed countries to increase their support for the second replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. In these commitments, if they're made, we will be honored in full sooner rather than later. They would go a long way towards rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, particularly for the Global South. Mr. President, the global economic crisis has landed heavily on the developing world, with small island developing states such as Trinidad and Tobago and our Caribbean neighbors facing the harshest impacts of the socio-economic fallout. For this reason, the next 10-year program of action will be crucial to ensuring that no one is left behind. We call on the international community to lend its support for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States and to reach an ambitious and transformative global blueprint that will drive the sustainable development ambitions of small island developing nations towards long-term resilient prosperity. We will also continue to advocate that international financial institutions should be sensitive to the specific circumstances of developing countries and the challenges that they face. Trinidad and Tobago therefore reiterates its support for the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the Bridgetown Initiative, and any other effort that addresses the most pressing needs of developing countries, including those encountering liquidity challenges and debt distress. Mr. President, earlier this year, Trinidad and Tobago welcomed the landmark adoption of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Trinidad and Tobago actively participated in the negotiations along with its Caricom partners. We are fully confident that when this treaty enters into force, the benefits would redound to all of humankind. Mr. President, the 2030 Agenda envisions a revitalized global partnership for sustainable development based on a spirit of strengthened global solidarity. It would, however, be impossible, Mr. President, for our sisters and brothers in Cuba to achieve these goals if the anachronistic economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed against that country remains in place. For over 6 decades, the people of Cuba have been grappling with significantly diminished prospects for charting a course towards prosperity, meaningful progress, and sustainable development. To this end, Trinidad and Tobago reiterates its call for the unconditional lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba, and certainly for its removal from any unjustified listing as an alleged state sponsor of terrorism. Mr. President, despite our challenges, 2023 has been a momentous year for us in Caricom. In addition to your election as President of the General Assembly, we recently celebrated in Port of Spain the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean community under the theme, 50 Years Strong, a solid foundation to build on. It was indeed a confluence of celebratory events as we all rejoiced over the election of Caricom members to major UN bodies. In this regard, we congratulate Guyana on its election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, as well as Haiti and Suriname on their election to the Economic and Social Council. Mr. President, guided by our charter and the spirit of multilateralism, we can use the popular aphorism as inspiration, and I quote, "Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success," unquote. If we were to apply that maxim, I have no doubt that we can achieve peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago will be doing its part. We continue to stand on our principles, to deploy our diplomacy and leadership in the service of the common good, to uphold international law, and to work with member states in our commitment to leave this world safer, healthier, and better. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention, and I thank my colleagues.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the statement just delivered and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
So there we got the really outstanding presentation by, like I say, a very proud Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, ranging over the issues that have certainly drawn the attention of the world community, whether it's Venezuela or Cuba or the progress as far as the SDGs are concerned. There's much more ahead as we continue our catch-up. And if you're just joining us, what we're doing is going back to the speeches delivered by Caricom leaders. We've heard so far from Suriname, Guyana, and also from Dominica, and now Trinidad and Tobago. We still have ahead of us Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, Haiti, the Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Kitts and Nevis. And the only other live speech expected today will be that of Belize later this afternoon, and then Jamaica's turn on Tuesday of next week. So let's turn our attention then to the next presentation on the cards, and that is the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor Motley.
I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'd like at the outset to congratulate my dear brother from Trinidad and Tobago for his assumption of the office of the presidency of this General Assembly. I'd also like at the outset to thank the Honorable Secretary General for his continued determination and holding us and the rest of the world to the principles that are sacred to this august institution. The truth is that the speech which he delivered at the beginning of this General Assembly can be adopted wholesale by the government and people of Barbados because it reflects our aspirations and it reflects our view of the current status of the world. I asked myself on Monday night, as we met to determine the halfway point of the SDG goals, how many roads we have to walk just to make it to the door, only to be told that the door is closed. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Rocky Dawuni, a famous reggae artist from Ghana, nominated by M4 for awards multiple times. But his words ring because in a very real sense, are we going to trod the roads only to be told that it's too late? Too late for us to save as many as we can from the climate crisis. Too late for us to save as many as we can from the conflicts of war. Too late for us to be able to provide the food that so many need, as we reflect on the fact that more people are likely to be hungry in this world in 2030 than in 2015, or as we get to the basic numbers that 735 million people suffered chronic hunger last year at a time when so many others had so much to throw away and to use. Are we going to be too late for the SDGs that are really the promise of development and the promise of the conferral of dignity on our people? We have today to determine what is the will of this body comprised of the member states to make the fundamental governance changes that will deliver in the third decade of the 21st century. Our world, as you know, is replete with issues. And I don't need to stand here and recount them in detail, for you have heard them in almost every speech delivered from this podium. But what is the issue is whether we can summon the determination that is required of us to make the changes that are appropriate to the age in which we live. Our democracy cannot survive if we do not have the same facts. But yet we live in a world where the generation of fake news is almost a daily occurrence, and where people act on those premises without consideration for whether the news is true or not. The role that artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, will play in our world must be for good purposes and not evil. But if we are to ensure that is the case, then an appropriate framework for regulatory action must be put in place. We therefore support the actions of the Secretary General, recognizing that the question will come one day from some as to whether you sought to preserve our democracy or whether you allowed it to crumble, and whether you have failed us as individual citizens of the world. We ask that question, recognizing that AI is not in the immediate focal point of many, because the drama and the crises that surround climate is taking out all of the oxygen, literally, in the world. Those people who died in Libya recently were going about their business. They had aspirations. They had business that they were hoping to do, families that they were trying to protect. And in the flash of an eye, all of that came to an end. And not because we didn't expect it or anticipate it. The records of the multinational companies who are engaged in fossil fuels will show that they have always known for a considerable period of time the consequences of their actions. And while they themselves are not the immediate cause, the absence of technology to be able to limit what they are emitting is the cause. And by extension, therefore, they must take responsibility. We can go no further without an engagement of the oil and gas companies that is meaningful and credible. And we need to stop talking about it and just simply ensure that that kind of conversation can happen. But it is not just the oil and gas companies, and we have nothing against them. We do not want to bankrupt them. But their actions continue to have implications for too many of our people. Their actions are equally bolstered by what I call the fit group, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, and the transport companies. They get a buy or a pass because they are invisible to the transactions and to the activity that lead to the problems that the world is facing. But they too are as responsible and need to step up to the plate. The notion that we can preserve global public goods only with public money ignores the fact that we have seen for the last 50 years the absolute dominance of the capitalist markets leading to a consolidation of wealth, and hence the ability to be able to play their role must be summoned by the rest of us. We cannot continue to put the interests of a few before the lives of many. I ask us today truly to pause, because what keeps ringing in my head is that simple phrase, don't fail us now. Don't fail us now. And that phrase can come from that little boy or girl who is a victim of hunger, one of the 575 million people last year. That plea can equally come from those who lost families in the multiple crises across the world in the last few years. That plea can come from small states that may not exist in the future. I ask us, therefore, my friends, to ensure that we summon the will. We listened to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands just now, and he reminded us ably that time is not on our side. And if time is not on our side, what must we do? The truth is, we have made some progress. 2 years ago, the International Monetary Fund did not have a mechanism to focus on cause of the problems that led to massive macroeconomic instability. We now have the establishment of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that for the first time will make funds available to middle-income countries that are vulnerable. 20-year money with a 10.5-year moratorium. A year ago, the president of the World Bank was questioning whether there was a climate crisis. Today, we have a World Bank that for the first time acknowledges that there should be debt clauses that are suspended, debt pause clauses as they call it. Our battle now is to ensure that those debt pause clauses are not just for future instruments, but for existing instruments. If not, it will not help many. So we have made progress, but there is still much to be done. The issues of debt sustainability cannot be left on the sidelines, particularly with the number of countries, more than 60 countries facing debt row today as we speak because of the polycrises. Countries being forced to choose between development and building of resilience to fight climate. In our small island states, we value education and healthcare and the dignity of life. And therefore, it will be anathema for us to tell our citizens that we do not have the space to provide for you those things that were the promise of independence. It is compounded by the failure of the developed world to accept that reparatory justice is a solemn obligation which we must confront. The conversation King Charles told us at the opening of the Commonwealth Heads of Government when he was Prince Charles was a conversation whose time had come, that of reparatory justice. But it can't be a slow conversation taken up when people feel like. It has to be a conversation in which equal partners discuss. It cannot be an act of charity of those who simply feel that their conscience must be cleansed. We were about to write the leaders of the European Union last year on this issue of reparatory justice, and we paused because of the Russian incursion into Ukraine. But it seems as though there are not those who want to make peace there or elsewhere in the world, and therefore we have to lift our finger off the pause button and resume the discussions, because the development deficit caused by centuries of exploitation is now affecting our capacity to build the resilience that is necessary in our nations. Similarly, I want to thank, because a year ago we did not have the Paris Agenda for People and Planet. We had the Bridgetown Initiative, and the Bridgetown Initiative has allowed us to keep the debate going, because we need to change, as I said Monday morning in this hall, the belief that we can have short-term money financing development and building resilience. I shan't go into all of the details because we don't have the time, but suffice it to say that we are committed to the twin battle of saving people and planet, and to ask us to do anything else is a false construct that does not work. The markets have to be educated as to why long-term capital is the only salvation for developing countries and ultimately for people and planet. And my friends, year after year we talk about the need for global moral strategic leadership. I shan't go into all of the details, but in my own region, in Africa, in Latin America, in the Pacific, there are too many examples where we fall short. And I speak specifically now first and foremost about Haiti. The world owes Haiti a resolution. It is not a matter of options. The world owes Haiti a resolution. A year ago, we knew that the gas riots had led to serious instability. And 12 months later, we cannot get out of this building and into the support that the people of Haiti need. There is no doubt a need for legitimacy with respect to the government of Haiti, and therefore a national unity government may well be the only bridge that can carry us to safety. The Caribbean community has appointed 3 former prime ministers as an eminent persons group. And as we heard the Secretary General say in this hall, politics is the art of compromise. Diplomacy is the art of compromise. I say simply to those who act in the name of the people of Haiti, there must be compromise in constituting that government of national unity if we are to provide the bridge, to provide the security, to stop women from being raped, stop people from being killed, stop people from being affected by cholera and other public health diseases. But even when we put in the institutional support that Haiti may need, and I want to thank the governments of Kenya and Rwanda, who from as far back as 12 months ago committed to being able to provide the kind of institutional support and leadership that the Haitian police need. But as they did that commitment, what they have not necessarily accounted for is the continued reduction in the numbers of the police, largely because of persons fleeing to lands of greater opportunity and being facilitated in so doing. This cannot wait much longer. And I hope that those who constitute the members of the Security Council will recognize that they cannot use Haiti as a pawn because they have suffered for too long and by the hands of too many. I return now to the issue of Cuba. That Cuba can help so many in this world and yet be the continued victim of a blockade of over 60 years, but worse than that, a designation as a state sponsor of terrorism is wrong, wrong, wrong. We left Cuba last week. And what the people of Cuba are being asked to face on a daily basis because of a designation by a dying presidency is wrong. And the voices of the global community, many of whom have been the beneficiaries of Cuban assistance, need to stand united and to be able to say that we cannot fight these battles when we need all hands on deck to save the planet. The artificial division of who is right and who is wrong and who is good and who is bad in the eyes of those who are powerful cannot continue to be the way in which this world functions. And let us go to Venezuela. Oil is likely, oil prices, to go over $100. And those small countries who do not produce oil will be the victims of it, as will be our people, including in large countries like the United States of America. We must bring resolution to these issues. And it is not incapable of resolution. When the United States of America and many countries in Europe determined that they were recognizing President Guaido without there being a presidency for him to assume because he faced no election, the members of the Caribbean community came to this august institution and met with the Secretary General and met with a number of countries. And little by little we saw people apply their hearts to wisdom and to recognize that the Charter of the United Nations did not allow for that kind of unconstitutional conferral of presidency on anyone. I say today that there must be transparency. It cannot be that the Caribbean community that needs a mechanism for stabilization in an energy crisis cannot have access to the concessionary prices that the government and people of Venezuela are prepared to make available to its neighbors to minimize the suffering. How is it possible for Chevron and the European Union to access the oil and gas of Venezuela, but the people of the Caribbean cannot access it at the 35% discount offered by the people of Venezuela? How is it possible that we should have to carry a cost of an additional 4% of GDP in my own country simply because the rules that allow for one do not allow for the other? There must be transparency and there must be moral, strategic leadership if we are to build the team to save the planet and to save and attain the SDGs in today's world. My friends, there are many other things that we can discuss. We support the United Nations accepting the responsibility for tax. Why? Because as quickly as the world has been able to find a mechanism for a global minimum corporate tax, is as long as it has not found a mechanism to be able to inflate the financing opportunities available to developing countries. It cannot be. We know how to run fast in one set of circumstances when it suits one set of people, but yet we run very slow when it matters to billions of people and their access to life and livelihood. I do not want to prey on your time anymore, but suffice it to say that we have reached a point where we must give thanks for the progress made, but recommit ourselves. For the mission was never simply to make progress. The mission is to be able to save the planet and to give the people of the world the best opportunity for life that is necessary for them as human beings. To be able to save the biodiversity of this world. To be able to save the soils of this world that must nurture the food that we eat. To be able to allow us to have access to safe water. And if we don't change how we do our business, if we don't recognize that the Security Council needs to put itself in a position not to speak to climate change, but to protect us against the climate crisis, because it is as much of a crisis as the war in Ukraine or the wars in Africa or the instability and conflict elsewhere in the world. And if we don't take a proactive approach, then we truly shall be victims of it. I believe that reform is critical at this point. But what I believe doesn't matter. What matters is the action of each and every country in this. And will we always be in a position of flux? No. There is hope because human beings want to survive. But the problem is that those whose actions we most need may be so confident in their survival that they do not act early enough for us. And that is why I say, will we trod the road to be able to get to the gates only to find that we are too late and the gates have closed? It will be open for some, but it will be closed for many. You know, vision without action, Nelson Mandela told us, is just a dream. An action without vision just passes the time. But vision with action can change the world. Our citizens believe that we come into a talk shop when we come here. You and I know that it's potentially different, but it will only be different when those of you who have the responsibility to act on behalf of governments can ask your governments to come to the point of the decisions that we need to make to provide the funding, the tools, and the solidarity, rebuilding the trust that this debate calls for. And if we can do that, then we will not save all, but we can save the majority of people who are currently on the front line. We, for those of us who work on the SDGs, believe that as we work to save the planet, we have to redouble our efforts. And I leave you with one thing. The efforts to provide education and to save people from hunger and to remove gender discrimination are not simply the actions of governments. They have now equally to be the actions of individual citizens. But governments must help personalize those SDG goals for their citizens. If we can do that and we can continue to make the case for finance, and if we can continue to stay focused on the climate crisis, then yes, we shall see a better world, and we can shine the light on the future of many. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados for the statement just made. And I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
So there we are then, with the Prime Minister of Barbados making some very telling statements and appeals at the UN General Assembly, and leaving us with some very interesting quotes, actually. Giving voice to the voiceless, referring to the 575 million people around the world who are facing hunger. And the quote, one of several quotes actually, "Don't fail us now." And that we should not use Haiti as a pawn. And also, I thought a great line was that they should be an application of, well, the application of their hearts to wisdom in dealing with the matter of Venezuela and the attempt to make Guaido the ongoing president. So there we are then. So we've done Barbados. Next up is St. Lucia, to be followed by Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, Haiti, the Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Kitts and Nevis. That will bring us up to date. And a reminder, of course, that Belize is in the afternoon session today, and then Jamaica on Tuesday of next week. This is Catch Up, and we're happy to have you along with us, and we're quite happy to hear from you and to share your comments as we continue here on several platforms. This is Caribbean Bridges. I'm Julian Rogers. And we're going to turn our attention now to the presentation by St. Lucia's Prime Minister Philippe Pierre.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philippe Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, other distinguished heads of delegations and delegates, let me join in the congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election as President of this august body. This is the first time that a national of your country, Trinidad and Tobago, has assumed this office, and only the fourth occasion that a representative of a Caribbean community state has been so elected. Let me, therefore, not only wish you success as you preside over our deliberations, but also, Mr. President, let me assure you of the fullest levels of respectful cooperation from St. Lucia as we work together to advance the collective interests of our common civilization. Mr. President, there are many amongst us, the small and marginalized islands of our globe, surrounded by rising seas and scorched by rising temperatures, who are beginning to question this annual parade of flowery speeches and public pretense of brotherhood, otherwise known as the UN Annual General Assembly. What is the point, we are beginning to ask, of meeting here every year when every time the international community is called upon to take the agreed collective actions on the critical issues affecting the poor and the powerless, there is always some hesitation, some delay, once we vacate this historic building. And so, with just 7 years left to the target year of 2030, we are gathered at this 78th session of the General Assembly to discuss accelerating action towards the 2040 agenda because its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are in peril. We have been summoned here to rebuild trust and to reignite global solidarity for the 2023 agenda, when trust and hope are the devalued currency of global dialogue. Despite our greatest efforts to maintain faith and belief in the principles of global engagement, our entire post-independence experience has been one of dashed expectations and institutional frustration. In the 1990s, we watched helplessly as powerful countries utilized the World Trade Organization to dismantle St. Lucia's marketing arrangements for bananas in Europe, forcing hundreds of our farmers into poverty, while these already rich countries provided huge subsidies to their own farmers. When some of our Caribbean countries successfully developed our financial services industries, we were blacklisted and grey-listed like lepers and global undesirables. However, the Russia-Ukraine war has now clearly revealed to us which metropolitan capitals are the real tax havens and which are the true pipelines of illicit money. And now today, our citizenship by investment programs, which we have successfully pursued for decades, are being undermined, while the Golden Passport and Golden Visa programs of some OECD countries remain unquestioned, untouched, and unmolested. We nonetheless remain committed to keeping our programs transparent, even whilst we strengthen our due diligence regime. Mr. President, St. Lucia has come to the 70th session to say there must be justice in the relations between developed and developing countries, and that we are no longer willing to come to this annual parade merely to lend our voice to support of this or that global conflict, or to condemn whoever, from year to year, is the new global enemy. No powerful nation's global agenda is more important than our own, and we insist that our legitimate concerns be listened and be acted upon. Mr. President, the people of the Caribbean and St. Lucia have been designated by the African Union as part of its sixth region, which comprises people of African origin residing outside the continent. We feel ourselves obliged to seek justice for reparations for the crimes against humanity that tore our ancestors from our African homeland and enslaved them in the lands of the Western Hemisphere. It is laudable that for the last decade and a half, the United Nations has been observing the 23rd August as the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the slave trade. The UN is also to be commended for proclaiming International Decade for Peace for People of African Descent, which ends in 2024, and we look forward to the proclamation of a second decade. However, the time has now come for the issue of reparations for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in the Western Hemisphere to become a more central part of the global agenda and work of the United Nations, and not an issue only to be whispered about in the corridors and at the margins. It was the 400 years of the enslavement of Africans and colonialism that has led to the need today for action to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The Secretary General of the United Nations made this unambiguously clear in his message this year to mark the International Day of Remembrance of Slavery and the Slave Trade. He said, "We can draw a straight line from the centuries of colonial exploitation to the social and economic inequalities today." Reparations for slavery, Mr. President, therefore mean that the countries which benefited and developed from 400 years of free labor from enslaved humans should now pay back for that free labor. We urge that the UN embraces this principle as a central part of its work in the coming years, with set goals, timelines, and programs of action. In the same way, Mr. President, we cannot speak of accelerated action for the Sustainable Development Goals for developing countries when developed countries do not treat the climate challenges facing developing countries with the urgency and importance they deserve. These challenges not only negatively impact our economic growth, but they threaten our very existence. Yet, developed countries behave as though they are blameless and not responsible to repair and compensate for the damage they have inflicted on our planet. Have they not understood that climate change is a danger not only to the existence of small island states, but to the survival of all countries today and not tomorrow? In just about 2 months, we shall be traveling yet again to another conference on climate change, COP28 in Dubai, will be doing so with the current extreme and extraordinary weather events graphically demonstrating the gravity of the climate crisis. On behalf of the people and government of St. Lucia, I extend sincere sympathies to the people and governments of the Kingdom of Morocco, Libya, and the other countries that have recently suffered the obvious ravages of climate change. The new manifestations of the crisis are signaling to us that the goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius to stay alive is now very much at risk. It is said that the Roman Emperor Nero fiddled while Rome burnt. We cannot continue to be like Nero-like, talking away while the planet is literally burning and sometimes drowning. If COP28 is to be transformational and not another disappointing Nero-like conference, then it must deliver an ambitious global climate action plan to 2030 if it is to answer to the necessity for climate justice for developing countries like St. Lucia. Having said this, Mr. President, I wish to reiterate, however, that what is critically needed is a complete reform of the global financial system to make development financing truly developmental and climate financing truly just. As has been said so many times before, and in so many different fora, and by so many small island developing states, the negotiations and the agreements for developmental assistance for these states must take into account their peculiar vulnerabilities. Consequently, one area where accelerated action is certainly necessary is that of the adaptation of Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, for small island developing states, in order to replace the gross national income per capita as a primary measure for concessionary financing. Another measure that should be considered is the Recovery Duration Adjuster, RDA, as proposed by the Caribbean Development Bank, which measures the internal resilience capacity of a country after a shock or natural disaster. It is past time for the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions to introduce these reforms. But global financial reform has to be comprehensive and radical, as put forward in two recent proposals, which I commend to this august body and to international financial institutions. The first is the Bridgetown Initiative, presented last year by my Caricom colleague, Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, which argues for resilient finance mechanisms that will address both the climate and developmental crisis facing developing countries. The second is the UN Secretary General's SDG stimulus to deliver Agenda 2030, tabled in February this year. Both plans are an appeal for immediate action, and they provide a practical pathway to sustainable development and climate justice. There is therefore no deficit of ideas for reform of the international financial architecture. There is simply a dearth of goodwill. Mr. President, in the declaration issued in 2015 on the adoption of a 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, it was said that there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. Today, 15 years later, we are in a world without peace and the Sustainable Development Goals are in jeopardy. How can trust and global solidarity for sustainable development be rebuilt when the unwarranted Russian war in Ukraine rages on, with its collateral economic damage to other countries the world over, of biting inflation, particularly on high food prices, high oil prices, and shortage of food? If trust and global solidarity for sustainable development are to be rebuilt, the unjust, unilateral, and inhumane economic embargo against the people of Cuba must be immediately withdrawn. The unmerited and cruel sanctions against the government and people of Venezuela should cease. The Palestinian people should have their own state alongside Israel, in accordance with relevant United Nations resolutions. The people of the Republic of China on Taiwan should be allowed to continue and the continued enjoyment of their right to self-determination and the exercise of their democratic freedoms without threats to their autonomy and with a place in international fora. There must be an end to the conflicts in Africa and a halt to all forms, whether old or new, of neo-colonial exploitation of the continent's resources, so that the African people can fully benefit from the riches of their lands and from the greater unity among African nations. In our Caribbean region, the member states of the Caricom community, Caricom, remain gravely concerned over the deteriorating political, social, humanitarian, and security crisis in Haiti, their sister member states. Haiti needs the urgent and dependable support of the international community. The response to date has been underwhelming. UN efforts of a few months ago to raise $780 million for humanitarian purposes have received low pledges. The need for robust security assistance to counter the murderous armed gangs is clear. Yet the decision to enable this is meandering slowly through the Security Council. The Caribbean community hopes that the establishment of the multinational force will be given full endorsement by the United Nations Security Council as a demonstration of the commitment of the international community to support the restoration of law and order and improve the humanitarian conditions of the people of Haiti. Caricom welcomes the government of Kenya's willingness to lead such a multinational force. Member states of the Caribbean community will contribute personnel as well. The community will also continue its good efforts through its eminent persons group to assist the Haitian stakeholders find a solution to the political crisis, a critical necessity to pave the way towards an improved future for the people of Haiti. I urge the various Haitian stakeholders to cooperate with Caricom to find a political compromise for the sake of the Haitian people and in honor of the heroic and fabled ancestors whom they revere so much for daring to break the chains of slavery 200 years ago and bring freedom to the black people of the Caribbean. Mr. President, the immorality of the suffering, the destruction and death that these conflicts are bringing to the world are not the only reasons for our appeals to end them. The immorality is only matched by the absurdity of the expenditure on arms that sustain these wars and inhibit peace. This should be of grave concern to all of us. What is of equal concern to states like St. Lucia is the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons, which ran into billions of dollars in 2022. Not only do these arms and light weapons fuel lesser conflicts all over the world, but illegal arms facilitate criminal activities in St. Lucia and other Caricom member states. Illegal firearms were responsible for 70% of the homicides in the Caribbean community in 2022. And in St. Lucia, the majority of homicides are firearms related and involve young people both as victims and yet, Mr. President, neither St. Lucia nor its fellow Caricom member states manufacture small arms, light weapons, and ammunition. Their sources are our continental neighbors to the north and south of the Caribbean. St. Lucia therefore continues to strongly support the international instruments aimed at preventing and curbing the illicit trafficking in small arms and light weapons. Mr. President, I welcome the announcement by the United States administration earlier this year to provide technical assistance to support and to combat illegal weapons smuggling into the Caribbean and in solving gun-related cases. Let us be reminded that SDG 16.4 aims at significantly reducing illicit arms flows. There is, however, hope for global solidarity. In June this year, the Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction adopted the historic Marine Diversity Treaty. For St. Lucia, a small island development state, the protection of the oceans is an imperative since the oceans and their resources do not belong to one country, but are the heritage of all mankind. St. Lucia signed the treaty this week, and we will move towards its ratification in the shortest possible time. Mr. President, I offer my congratulations on the opening of the UN Youth Office. As I said in my address last year, the importance accorded to the youth by the UN is in harmony with my government's policy of giving priority to youth affairs for the creation of a youth economy, in which young people with state assistance can turn their talents, skills, and hobbies into businesses that will provide sustainable self-employment. I'm therefore pleased to report that our youth economy was formally launched in March this year and has been met with enthusiasm and success. To date, about 300 young people in St. Lucia have benefited from funding and training from the government to assist them with starting or supporting their businesses, and the numbers continue to grow. Once again, I invite the international community to engage with us on mutually beneficial relationships and projects to promote the youth economy. Through the youth economy, we are responding to the SDGs, and with my government's policy of putting people first, we are addressing the other SDGs. Mr. President, after the destruction and ruin of the 20th century world wars and the Cold War, one would have thought that the start of the 21st century would have ushered in a new era of global solidarity. It has not. In conclusion, I ask these questions, for which we must all provide urgent responses, as the fate of Agenda 2030 depends on our answers. Is there the political will and commitment to divert financial resources away from destructive activities like wars and other conflicts? Is there the political will to place these financial resources instead into the productive action of responding to the climate crisis? Is there the political will to use these trillions of dollars to end starvation and underdevelopment in the world and provide justice for reparations? Is there the political will to put people first and not weapons first? Is there the political will to develop trust and build a lasting peace that will rekindle our sustainable development goals and lead towards prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all? For the sake of us all and for future generations, we must find it. Mr. President, to quote St. Lucian-born Nobel laureate, Honorable Derek Walcott, hope is not a thing to be deferred, but a thing to be pursued with all hungry passion of our existence. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
So there we got another outstanding presentation by another Caricom leader, this time St. Lucia, and Philip J. Pear making his second appearance at the UN General Assembly, looking back at what had transpired in the last session and the appeals made there, and bringing us forward to today and the concerns raised in many quarters, of course, addressing the situation in Haiti, raising the matter of the impact of arms and guns and small arms on Haiti and the rest of the Caribbean for that matter, and calling on the Security Council to speed up the process of approving a resolution to deal with the peacekeeping effort on Haiti. In his words, that resolution is meandering slowly through the Security Council. Credited, of course, the work of the Eminent Persons Group, made up of a former St. Lucia Prime Minister, Dr. Kenny Anthony, Bruce Golding of Jamaica, and Mr. Christie of the Bahamas. They've had 2 sessions so far, one in Jamaica, in Kingston, where they brought all the stakeholders together, and somebody who was right there within that gathering said it was a surprise that they ferried them all from Haiti to Jamaica and there was no row. There was no crisis that developed in that environment. And so that eminent persons group went as well to Haiti itself to have a meeting on the ground and to hear from the people who were concerned there among the stakeholders and beyond. So that's the state of play. This is the catch-up of the United Nations General Assembly session, number 78. I'm Julian Rogers, and this is Caribbean Bridges. We're going to move now to the next presentation, this time from the Prime Minister of Grenada and the Grenadines. Yes, I need to do that, include our friends in Caricom and so on. So let's go to the main stage then and bring you the Prime Minister's address to the General Assembly.
Welcoming His Excellency Deacon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, please accept my warmest greetings and congratulations on your election to the presidency of this 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I take this opportunity to commit my delegation's fullest support and cooperation with you and your office as you work towards fulfillment of the 4 priority areas that you have identified. The same being peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability, all of which I also view as important areas in this challenging and dynamic global agenda. I also commend and thank your predecessor, Mr. President, His Excellency Kabasa Karosi of Hungary, for his leadership and guidance of the last session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, it is my privilege once again to speak from this center podium where 1 year ago I addressed the Assembly Hall for the very first time as Prime Minister. It was exactly 15 months ago when the people of Grenada, Caricom, and Petit Martinique, exercising their democratic right through free and fair elections, voted my government into office on a transformation agenda that promised to bring about fundamental change that would have a discernible and positive effect on the daily lives of all our citizens. So here we are, Mr. President, exactly 1 year ago, removed from my own inaugural address to this Assembly, and against the backdrop of this year's 78th session's theme of rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. But what does this all mean, Mr. President? Excellencies, friends, when we continue to live in a global environment and context where citizens are still plagued with issues such as hunger, poverty, gender-based violence, climate-related disasters, and other such issues that affect our planet, but especially those that touch and concern such aspirations as achieving all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Against this backdrop, Mr. President, I'm pleased to take this opportunity to announce that Grenada will soon be celebrating its 50th anniversary of national independence on the 7th of February, 2024. In this regard, it could not be a more fitting occasion for my government and citizens to not only celebrate the upcoming Jubilee's milestone, but also to take the occasion to reflect and look ahead with respect to Grenada's continued role in the United Nations, where we must have a reimagined and renewed commitment to upholding the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. The post-COVID pandemic world. Further to Mr. Speaker, and looking ahead, Mr. President, and looking ahead, particularly in the post-pandemic world, we can report that Grenada, like many others, was not spared the devastating and blunt post-trauma effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, coming to our shores and which took a deadly toll through the loss of many lives of our citizens in our Spice Island. Still, and notwithstanding the many traumatic experiences of that period, Mr. President, a period which saw the tragic loss of lives, lockdowns, mandates, and ultimately some relief through vaccine development, relief and its administration, the resilience of the Grenadian people rang true, and we ultimately prevailed as a people against an invisible enemy who, during its reign, took the lives of those whom we knew and called family and friends and loved ones. But we, as a people, survived. In that regard, Mr. President, and as the world and international community continue on its way to recovery and rebuilding, and as Grenada reflects on this particular experience, it would be remiss of me if I did not emphasize and remind us all of how important it is to have international cooperation with each other, along with the sharing of resources, information, and having continued dialogue through such multilateral forum as we find ourselves gathered here today. To that end, Mr. President, it cannot be overstated how much these last 3 years have allowed us to hopefully learn from the tragedy and adversity as seen during the crisis of the pandemic. We all must never forget that whenever and wherever there are severe challenges and especially human suffering, the United Nations and its members must come together and respond to such crisis with the greatest urgency through its multilateral efforts and cooperation, so that we can all come together in the aid of our neighbors and citizens in the time of their need. In that regard, Mr. President, and as Grenada looks towards its future and casts its eyes upon our own embrace and pursuit, with hopes of achieving all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I'm indeed pleased to highlight and speak briefly on SDG 4, quality education. On this front, Mr. President, Grenada, under my government's leadership, has made significant advancements in improving access to quality education for all of its citizens of Grenada. Further to Mr. President, and to ensure that no one is left behind, our premier community college for youth exiting the secondary school system in Grenada, the TMR Community College, has implemented skills to access the Green Economy Project in partnership with a significant member of this body to allow many of our youth to receive the acquired job-related education and training in a variety of identified vocational disciplines. Additionally, Mr. President, my government has developed and commenced a free tuition policy which allows all students access to a post-secondary school and tertiary level education at no tuition cost to them as part of our commitment to a good quality education to as many a cross-section of our student population and wider population as possible. SDG 5, gender equality. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, Grenada can also speak to its engagement and implementation work with respect to SDG 5 and the very important issue of gender equality. In this regard, my government continues to make numerous advancements towards achieving gender equality, including, but not limited to, having gender themes reflected in several policy frameworks, including our medium-term action plan. We have implemented the Spotlight Initiative, which aims to end violence against women and girls, and which highlights the all-of-society approach required to advance the attainment of this very important SDG 5. This initiative has come with the assistance from the United Nations Development Programme, whom we thank, and which is designed to focus attention, coordinate human effort, and strategically apply resources to the implementation of a well-conceived, comprehensive national program to contribute to ending family violence and all forms of violence against women and girls in Grenada, Caricom, and Petit Martinique. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. With respect to SDG 8, Mr. President, as it pertains to decent work and economic growth for our citizens, and given what we have seen and experienced during the pandemic, and now a post-pandemic world, where there were disruptions to supply chains, economic inflation, and recession in many parts, we do acknowledge and recognize that our unemployment rates remain a challenge, and there remains much work to be done. However, and notwithstanding, Mr. President, Grenada has sought to mitigate against these harsh realities and push back against these shocks, with several projects being implemented, including our land bank project, the Grenada Climate Resilient Water Sector project, and the UNDP Climate Resilience Agricultural Program. These initiatives and projects, Mr. President, have served as critical activity areas that have created many forms of employment for our citizens, especially our young people, giving them a renewed sense of hope that they too can have equal access to employment and economic opportunities. SDG 14, life below water. Mr. President, as another example, the 14th SDG goal, life below water. Grenada understands all too well how important our oceans are to countries like Grenada, who are big ocean states, where many of our citizens rely on the ocean, especially the fishing community. They heavily depend on the ocean for their daily sustenance and livelihoods. As such, my government has embarked on the Fiscal Resilience and Blue Growth Development Policy Credit Project, which aims at giving support to Grenada's transition to a blue economy. Additionally, Mr. President, Grenada has embarked on the creation of additional marine protected areas, legislative and policy frameworks, including the Integrated Coastal Zone Management Plan. These are all geared towards protecting the integrity and lending support to marine areas management on our island. SDG 15, life on land. Mr. President, with only 35% forest to total land ratio, Grenada has made advancements in the measures that we have taken to protect our forests. Our forest policy provides the overarching framework to ensure the resilience and sustainability of this finite and precious green resource through a number of strategic directions. Which leads me, Mr. President, to perhaps the equally important SDG number 70, partnership for the goals. In this regard, Mr. President, I'm pleased to state that multi-stakeholder partnership has proved invaluable and have paved the way for SDG advancement in Grenada, as stakeholders recognize the need for an all-of-government and all of society approach to advancing and attaining Grenada's progress towards sustainable development. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to further address the one subject that is perhaps arguable the single most encompassing and prevailing issue of our time, and it relates to SDG 13, climate action. Mr. President, every year, we, the leaders of these 193 member states of this august institution, gather here in New York to give a status update as to the progress that we have made in our respective countries and the future that we would like to see, as viewed through our own lenses coming from the various regions of our international community. In that context, Mr. President, if there is one thing that we can all be certain of, it is the likely occurrence of a climate disaster of some kind among one or several of our member states, and which will have devastating impacts on our citizens, our economies, and inevitably affect the state and progress of that country's development. Mr. President, last year I called for the escalation of the urgent action that is required by our community of nations to give specific focus to redoubling our efforts on climate action. In this regard, at this year's Climate Ambition Summit, the summit was an opportunity for government leaders and other partners to present credible and concrete actions to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of the Paris Agreement alive and deliver climate justice to those on the front lines of the climate crisis. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change confirmed that global emissions are at their highest levels in human history and only continues to rise. Such increases, Mr. President, will only continue to wreak havoc on communities, economies, businesses, and create a severe strain on public finances. Mr. President, the states that contribute least to the climate crisis are the ones bearing the heaviest burden. And without immediate and deep emissions cuts across the board, I'm afraid that we are on a trajectory for far worse outcomes if we don't take significant action today. Mr. President, as we look forward to the upcoming COP28, my own region and colleague Caricom heads of government have emphasized the critical importance of urgent efforts to address financing to address the impact of climate change. These heads of governments also agreed on the need for strong political advocacy from the region on key action areas to keep the 1.5 temperature goal within reach, focusing on areas of finance for adaptation and loss and damage, improving access to finance for SIDS, de-risking, debt sustainability, and innovation as key points. Grenada shares these concerns on these important issues and continues to be and remain vulnerable to the harsh climate crisis and its devastating effects. Grenada has implemented several policy frameworks, such as the National Climate Change Policy and the National Adaptation Plan, which are geared towards assisting in advancing the country's strategic approach to climate adaptation and building resilience. Adaptation efforts will be scaled up through initiatives such as the Climate Smart Agriculture Program and our second nationally determined contribution, which has set an emission reduction target of 40% below 2010 levels. Against this background, and further to our own efforts in Grenada. Mr. President, last year at this time, I said this, and I quote, "I call on all young people to take action. It is not yet too late to do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for action is now. We cannot continue to give lip service to climate change when climate change is showing us every day what it is capable of doing. The reality is, the leaders of today will not be around to feel the consequences of their decisions. It is therefore up to our youth to lead the charge for the future they want to see. This remains true today as it was last year and will remain true for many years to come. Today, Mr. President, I make the further clarion call for all member states, through their leaders and high-level representatives, to take decisive action and do what is necessary to safeguard our planet for future generations. But the time for such action is now, Mr. President. Now is the time for global country leaders to follow through on those commitments made at the multilateral level. Our goal as responsible citizens should be to leave this planet in as good a condition, if not much better, than we actually found it. Finally, Mr. President, on issues concerning those of us in the global south of the Caribbean archipelago. Mr. President, being conscious of your first priority pillar, that of peace, we renew our call that the Caribbean region continues to remain a zone of peace and an environment that contributes to social, economic, and environmental development of all Caribbean states and the world at large. In this regard, and in light of the just concluded successful G77 and China summit in Havana, Cuba, Grenada reiterates its call for the removal of the US-imposed economic, commercial, and financial blockade against Cuba, and a further call for Cuba to be removed from the US State Department's list of countries that are co-sponsors of terrorism, and that it be allowed to rejoin and be renamed among the peaceful, loving nations of the international community. Still in our Caribbean community, Mr. President, Grenada remains deeply concerned and must also raise awareness over the deteriorating situation in the rule of law in Haiti and the very troubling escalation of violence in our fellow Caricom member state. The urgent support of the international community needs to be ramped up, in particular in the humanitarian and security areas where the needs are greatest. The need for robust security assistance to counter the rampaging armed gangs is clear. Yet the decision to enable this is meandering slowly through the Security Council. Caricom welcomes the government of Kenya's willingness to lead such a multinational force and the offers of support from Rwanda, the Bahamas, and Jamaica to contribute personnel. The Caribbean community hopes that the establishment of a multinational force will receive endorsement by the United Nations Security Council as a demonstration of the commitment of the international community to support the restoration of law and order and to improve the humanitarian conditions of the people of Haiti. Inter-Haitian dialogue is also key to any progress in addressing the multifaceted crisis. Caricom, for its part, is providing its good offices through an eminent persons group consisting of 3 former prime ministers of the region to facilitate these efforts. A resolution of the political crisis in Haiti is also key to free and fair elections, to place the country back on a constitutional path and to open the door to an improved future for its citizens. The people of Haiti deserves no less. In that regard, Mr. President, Grenada calls on all friends of Haiti and the good offices of the Secretary General to continue to support the people of Haiti. With respect to the Republic of Venezuela, Mr. President, we further reiterate and also remain resolute in our call for an end to the imposition of unilateral coercive measures against Venezuela, contrary to the rules and principles of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. In conclusion, Mr. President, with a challenging, complex, yet dynamic global agenda, it is still incumbent upon us as global leaders to still look to a world with a renewed sense of hope and sincere optimism. It is with that renewed sense of hope that we must continue to press forward and aim to achieve not just the 17 SDGs of this multilateral forum, but we must seek to dramatically affect the greater good, the human lives that we have been entrusted to lead. It is a position that I do not take for granted, Mr. President, but envision, along with my government, that the pursuit of those goals pursuant to the 2030 Agenda can be met and will be met. With steadfast commitment and a shared vision and cooperation from all of us, so that we can indeed achieve, Mr. President, peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all our citizens and all peace-loving nations represented and assembled in this great Assembly Hall. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
There we are then. The Prime Minister of Grenada making a second appearance at the United Nations General Assembly, recounting his last year experience and the calls he made then. Most importantly, though, he spent a lot of time very early up in the speech focusing on the sustainable development goals from their point of view and giving what I call a report card, which I thought was very important and a completely fresh approach in terms of the speech delivered at the podium today. Giving a voice to the poor, to the youth, to women, etc. He went down the whole list and just gave a really good sense, I think, for ordinary people to understand exactly where his country is and where the world is, for that matter, on these particular matters. Again, joining the chorus of voices calling for the end of the blockade against Cuba, the end of sanctions against Venezuela, and for the Caribbean to be considered a zone of peace. You're joining us for the catch-up here on Caribbean Bridges. I'm Julian Rogers, and we're going to turn our attention now to Antigua and Barbuda. Prime Minister Gaston Brown is getting set for his country to host an international conference of the small island developing states next year. So he's got some things to share with the international community.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Gaston Alphonse Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates. Antigua and Barbuda congratulates His Excellency Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on his election as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. We are very proud of the contribution that the countries of the Caricom community are making to advance internationalism in this United Nations organization and other multilateral bodies. In this connection, we regard as a further acknowledgement of Caricom's capacity the election of Guyana to the Security Council from 2024 to 2026. Of course, Guyana's further service on the Security Council follows 2 years of active participation by yet another Caricom state, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the smallest nation in the world to serve on the Security Council. What these accomplishments demonstrate is that size or smallness is not an impediment to making significant contributions to international decision-making. Consequently, we expect that the Alliance of Small Island States, EOSIS, will be given a seat at the table in significant fora, including the G20 meetings, even as an observer. Mr. President, the world is failing developing countries. Those are not my words, but I certainly adopt them. They are the words of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, spoken less than a week ago. Developing states, against many odds, have remarkably lifted hundreds of millions from the depths of poverty. They have been active participants in the United Nations, fervently searching for and offering global solutions. Yet, despite these strides, they find themselves ensnared in a myriad of global crises which they had no hand in creating. We are caught in a vortex of skyrocketing prices, overwhelming debts, and the undeniable increasing frequency of climate disasters. The current global frameworks, shaped largely by the more affluent nations, remain largely unresponsive to these crises. A united front can compel the global community to sit up, to listen, and to act. The developing world must build that unity of purpose, not in confrontation, but in collaboration, not in division, but in cooperation. So today, I call on the nations which have been excluded from global decision-making and which have been left behind to bridge the separation of their geographical distance and to join to advance the collective interests. That is why, Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda has embarked on strategies, building alliances with the willing to counter the threats we face from the impacts of climate change and the failure of the international financial institutions and their policymakers to respond to the urgent needs of our peoples. One of these initiatives, which is currently taking place, was initiated 2 years ago in the margins of COP26 in Glasgow by the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Kozia Natano, and myself. Frustrated by the lip service being paid by the world's major emitters and the broken promises of every previous COP meeting, we decided that we would seek an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, ITLAS, and that was concerning the obligation of states to combat pollution linked to climate change and its ensuing marine repercussions, such as ocean temperatures, rising ocean temperatures, sea level rise, and ocean acidification. Joined by other small island states, we co-founded the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. COSIS sought and received a favorable agreement by ITLAS to hear our pleadings, which began on September 11th in Hamburg and which will continue until September 25th. Why did we go to ITLAS? We went to ITLAS because it is the guardian of the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. It is a natural venue to seek legal clarity on the obligations of states to protect our marine environment. Small island, developing states, SIDS, are primarily maritime states. We depend on the ocean not just for sustenance, but as a crucial part of our heritage and our identity. the ocean is also a vital carbon sink. With increasing ocean and terrestrial temperatures reaching record highs this summer, literally burning the planet and simultaneously causing unprecedented storms, flooding, and droughts, all nations must act now to safeguard the oceans as critical or as a critical component of the Earth's climate system. The countries of COSIS are not seeking to rewrite laws. We are seeking clarity on existing ones. SIDS cannot sit idly while our countries sink beneath our feet or are crippled by a burden of debt as we are left abandoned by the international system to rebuild within our own limited means, one disaster after another. However, taking the case to ITLAS is not an initiative just for the survival of SIDS. It is a vital effort for the preservation and prosperity of all nations in our shared world. In this connection, Antigua and Barbuda and other members of COSIS will also stand with this General Assembly in its decision initiated by Vanuatu to seek and advise the opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states with respect to climate change. We consider this as a duty of care for the peoples of the world. Mr. President, another bold initiative we have championed revolves around the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, as set out by the General Assembly in 2021. Why the MVI? Because it is crucial. SIDS, though not the poorest countries, are extremely vulnerable to climate and other shocks, and they lack resilience due to structural problems of limited human and financial resources, lack of economies of scale, and higher costs due to their isolation from major manufacturing hubs. Therefore, the sole criterion of per capita income denying us access to concessional financing is unfair and unjust. The MVI is not just a tool. It is our gateway to essential financing, to robust national planning, to debt servicing, and possibly our final beacon when seeking insurance and compensation against the rising tides. Mr. President, we intend to continue to advance these contentions in the international financial institutions. Particularly, we will raise this urgent issue at the joint meeting of the IMF and World Bank in Marrakesh next month. We call on all SIDS and all fair-minded countries to join us in advancing the MVI as a vital component in facilitating access to concessional financing. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda greatly look forward to hosting the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States from May 27th to 30th, 2024, under the theme, Charting the Course Towards Resilient Prosperity. I've highlighted the stark realities faced by SIDS. We are grappling with the impacts of global phenomena, from the lingering effects of COVID to climate change, and the international economic and financial repercussions of Russia's incursion into Ukraine. Additionally, we are burdened with staggering debts, unfavorable trade terms, and a global financial architecture that fails to meet our needs. Our upcoming conference is therefore more than just a forum. We must aim to develop a bold, decade-long strategy that will illuminate the path forward, addressing our unique and interconnected challenges to ensure a resilient and prosperous future for our citizens. Given these challenges, and in collaboration with the private sector and UN entities, Antigua and Barbuda will establish a center of excellence for SIDS that will enable all SIDS to achieve sustainable, resilient prosperity. The truth is unavoidable. Many major greenhouse gas emitting countries have not met their commitments. The previously set boundary, a temperature rise of no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, will be breached on the current trajectory. The risks we face are not just on the horizon. They are here and they are now, requiring an urgent commitment to reduce emissions. Small island states' capacity to adjust and to build resilience cannot keep pace with the fast occurrence of extreme climate events. And I emphasize that we will suffer first, but what we will endure is only the precursor of the fate of every nation. We are all running out of time, and we need to act now to save our planet. Mr. President, the summit meeting of the Conference of the Parties, the COP in Dubai, will be crucial for the future of our planet. Not only does COP28 comes at a time where the world is witnessing climate chaos, but this summit is particularly important because it will include a global stocktake. Countries will assess how far they have come on cutting planet heat and pollution. However, the awful truth is already clear. 8 years after the climate agreement in Paris, global progress has been far from sufficient. The world is currently not in line with the temperature targets outlined in the Paris Agreement. According to the European Union's Climate Change Service, this year's June to August period was not only the warmest since 1940, but it also saw temperatures soaring towards 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. A red line once deemed sacrosanct will be crossed if urgent action is not taken. Warnings have turned to imminent danger. Therefore, what was already a crucial matter for action at COP28 has now become an imperative for action. And that is the Loss and Damage Fund, for which small island states have been praying, pleading, and literally begging. Not that we should be begging. Now, we must recall that all that happened at COP27 last year is that the world's great polluters agreed only at last minute that such a fund was important. But agreement was not establishment. What we got was the formation of a transitional committee to make recommendations for consideration at COP28. And certainly that was not sufficient. The issue was once again deferred. Now, we must insist at COP28 that the Loss and Damage Fund must be made operational and adequately funded. So it must provide adequate financing to help SIDS withstand the inevitable ruin that the actions of the major polluters are continuing to wreak. If COP28 fails in this critical mission, it risks undermining global trust, potentially sabotaging cooperative efforts on myriad global challenges. It is my ardent hope that when we gather in Dubai, the shared spirit of responsibility will prevail, such that the dying embers of hope can be reignited by the flame of action. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda unequivocally asserts that climate justice and reparatory justice are deeply intertwined. They are inseparable. It is essential for this esteemed assembly to understand that climate justice is not a standalone concern. As I said before, the issues are inseparable. Historically, the nations that thrived on the Industrial Revolution did so on the backs of enslaved and victimized generations from the Caribbean and other corners of the African diaspora. It is unjust that countries that paid the highest human price are now bearing the heaviest climate burden. I say to this august body that that is unjust and must be addressed with urgency. A recent UN report aptly underscores that while legal routes to compensation may be complex, it by no means nullifies the moral and ethical obligations stemming from these historical wrongs. These historical wrongs must be addressed, and we urge the nations complicit in the dark legacy of enslavement to recognize, to reconcile, and to redress soonest. Our shared future must be built on justice, understanding, and cooperation. Mr. President, another pivotal theme of this General Assembly resonates deeply with us. That is, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, which now stands on shaky ground. It is worth emphasizing that no nation, large or small, can truly flourish amid such global turbulence, particularly for smaller states like mine, which rely heavily on the consistent hum of global stability for essential sectors like tourism. The stakes are incredibly high. Our plea is simple. We beseech the world's formidable nations to engage in dialogue and embrace mutual respect. These are not just pathways to global peace, but also the avenues that ensure the prosperity of every citizen. Join on this theme of trust, I urge the United States to revisit its stance on Cuba. It is high time for the U.S. to remove Cuba from its list of state sponsors of terrorism. You know it's not true. And to bring an end to the outdated embargo that harms the human populace. Your policy against Cuba is cruel and wicked and ought to be addressed with urgency. Similarly, we advocate for the removal of sanctions in Venezuela, especially those that hinder the Venezuelan government's access to the U.S. financial system and literally block oil imports from the state-owned PDVSA. It cannot be ignored that these sanctions amplify the human crisis in Venezuela, contributing to the very large number of refugees into neighboring countries. So the United States ought to take responsibility for the amount of refugees and not blame the administration in Venezuela. The sanctions also harm innocent Caribbean countries that hitherto benefited from the Petro-Caribbean Initiative, which served as an energy stabilization mechanism for these countries. We are hurting too. And that is why we argue in this August forum that the sanctions should be lifted. As members of this United Nations organization, we are all bound by its charter that enshrines dialogue and peaceful conflict resolution. Today, I fervently urge every nation to recommit to these cornerstone principles, ensuring that they are respected, that they are followed, and to be followed as the bedrock of all international relations. Mr. President, I now turn to the crisis in Haiti. The enduring challenges faced by Haiti remain at the forefront of international consciousness. Historically, the scars of Haiti's struggle for freedom from enslavement are juxtaposed with the exploitative economic interests of France in the 18th and 19th centuries and have left deep imprints. The burden of compensation to France for over a century, essentially buying their liberty, has curtailed the developmental prospects of the Haitian people for generations. Subsequent interventions compounded these problems. Internally, episodes of autocratic leadership have further eroded the national fabric. The recent mission by the Caricom Eminent Persons Group, seeking a resolution to Haiti's political deadlock, voiced deep concerns over the rising dominance of gangs and the ensuing human rights crisis. The immediate imperatives are clear. An urgent, comprehensive, coordinated intervention is required that will concurrently restore governance, security, and the rule of law while resolving the humanitarian crisis. The Caricom Eminent Persons strongly recommended that a broad-based transitional government is the linchpin for effective governance. It is our aspiration that this proposed representative transitional government materializes to provide the necessary leadership that is required with external assistance to restore order and bring lasting peace and prosperity to the suffering people of Haiti. Antigua and Barbuda stands resolutely in solidarity with the Haitian people. In this regard, I reaffirm my government's pledge to cooperate with all Haitian stakeholders and with the international community in the efforts to reinstate the rule of law, restoring democracy, and assisting with the security and humanitarian relief. The people of Haiti deserve no less. Mr. President, I now turn to the use of illegal guns. The use of illegal guns accounts for a significant percentage of all recorded homicides in the Caribbean. At an average of 15.1 per 100,000, the region has one of the highest homicides in the world, 3 times the world's average. Yet, Mr. President, no country in the Caribbean manufactures a single weapon or a single round of ammunition. Not one. The majority of these weapons originate in the United States, from which they are smuggled or trafficked to bolster organized criminals involved in trafficking illicit narcotics. In any event, the fallout from these illegal guns is their increasing use in Caribbean countries and the clear threat that they pose to our societies and the capacity of our law enforcement to cope. Given that all our countries are bordered by vast expanses of sea, we face further challenges to obtain modern technology, including satellite imagery, radar, and surveillance systems to try to stop the smuggling of weapons. But, Mr. President, while our region is confronting the threats to our security arising from illegal traditional weapons, we're even more alarmed at the potential for autonomous weapons to fall into the hands of organized criminals. Consider drone, meticulously programmed with facial recognition technology, set to target an individual. It scans, identifies, and eliminates its target, all while operating undetected. Mr. President, this isn't the plot of a dystopian novel, but a looming reality. Just a month ago, under the theme of a new agenda for peace, the UN Secretary General sounded the alarm bell. He has urged nations to formulate a legally binding instrument by 2026 to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems. Antigua and Barbuda fully supports this recommendation, and we will work with other nations to successfully conclude an international treaty that shields our societies and safeguards our nations to ensure our national security from this threat. Mr. President, Antigua and Barbuda is small in size, without military might and financial influence, but our spirit stands tall. We refuse to let our size diminish our voice or lessen our rightful place at the decision-making table. Since our first steps as a sovereign state in 1981, we have championed a world where equity, fairness, and social justice are not mere buzzwords, but lived realities. And yet, with a heavy heart, we note the ever-widening chasm between the affluent and the struggling, between those who hold the reins of power and those who yearn for their rightful share. Year after year, leaders like myself stand at this podium. We speak of financial justice, of climate justice, but our cries, it seems, echo in a vast void. Words abound, but transformative action remains elusive. I often sense the skepticism from my fellow citizens when they ask, why speak when it feels like the world isn't truly listening? But Mr. President, I remember this. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was the tiniest of microbes, unseen, unanticipated, that brought nations, great and small, to their knees. It wasn't let's say, an arsenal of weapons or a mountain of wealth that provided a beacon in those dark times. It was global cooperation. Let us not forget, it was collective global action. The same truth applies beyond pandemics. Whether we aim for a world steeped in peace, basking in prosperity, or forward-looking in progress, our only hope lies in banding together. We're all part of a human civilization. We're all fundamentally one and the same people, and we must band together. Every nation, regardless of its power or wealth, shares this interwoven destiny. Therefore, let us never relent in our pursuit of change. For the sake of humanity, for our shared planet, let us shape a world that is not only better, but also just, prosperous, and inclusive for all. Antigua and Barbuda stands ready as ever to play its part. We call on the powerful and the rich to do the same. I thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
I thank, on behalf of the Assembly, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnership of Antigua and Barbuda for the statement just made.
So there you got the Prime Minister of the Twin Islands of Antigua and Barbuda going to the podium and raising critical issues for his country and for the world community, and again representing the interests of Caricom as a whole. I'm struck by a number of things that he talked about. The fact that we don't produce any guns or bullets, but certainly the impact is so severe across our region. He's looking forward to hosting the SIDS International Conference in May of next year. I'm sure that all Antigua and Barbuda will be abuzz for that period of time, trying to put on the best show possible for the world community. This is a catch-up. Yes, a catch-up. You heard it right. And we are continuing to share with you the speeches made by Caricom leaders at the United Nations General Assembly. And we're, of course, moving on now to hearing from the Prime Minister of Haiti, certainly the subject of much of the discussions that have been held so far on this very special time. So let's turn our attention then to hearing about Haiti from the Prime Minister, who paints a great critical picture of the situation there.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ariel Henry, Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Communication of the Republic of Haiti. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, compatriots. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my Caribbean brother, His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, on his election as the President of the 78th Ordinary Session of the United Nations General Assembly. I'd take this opportunity to also commend the Secretary General. I thank him on behalf of the people of Haiti. We very much appreciated his recent visit to our country and his unwavering support to Haiti in the Security Council and its robust support to the National Police of Haiti. President, I commend the choice of theme to guide our statements during this session, namely rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. We must therefore consider and propose solutions to the main global challenges in order to move us towards peace, security, and sustainable development. Indeed, It's difficult to think or imagine sustainable development without peace and security. We need solidarity and determination in order to overcome these challenges. The world, ahead of the 2030 deadline, is in a poor state. The outbreak of several conflicts with disastrous consequences for civilian populations, the multiplication of security, health, and food crises remind us that we are moving further away from the lofty ideals of the UN Charter. By way of example, food insecurity caused by conflict and violence. The Global Report 2023 on food crises states that 258 million people were in a situation of acute food insecurity and needed emergency food assistance in 2022. That is why my country took part in the high-level open debate on conflict-induced global food insecurity, which was organised in August by the Security Council in order to sound the alarm. The global economy, since the COVID-19 crisis, has been stagnant. Inflation is striking several economies, and the prospects of growth are not encouraging. President, this situation indeed has consequences on less developed countries, especially Haiti, which is always facing price volatility and a serious crisis exacerbated by the deterioration of the security situation of the country. I should also note, against this alarming backdrop, the issue of climate change, which, for small island states like Haiti, is a constant danger. It seriously tests us. With every hurricane, economies in the Caribbean region suffer huge losses, and this challenges the significant progress that has been made in socio-economic and political terms due to the destruction of economic, educational, health, and energy infrastructure. As the head of the government of Haiti, this is an opportunity for me to set out the situation in my country, which has been in the middle of a crisis for years, and we need to find tangible, lasting solutions to this. This is a structural, multidimensional crisis which has impacted institutions and is hindering economic development and social progress. It has now reached a critical point. With the deterioration of the security situation, on a daily basis, people are facing violent attacks by armed gangs, which control various areas in the capital and some provincial towns. They assassinate, they set fires, they pillage, steal, and abuse with particular cruelty. They drive citizens from their homes, they block roads, and they force schools and hospitals, as well as businesses, to close their doors. The deterioration of the security situation in recent weeks has led to a new humanitarian crisis, with displaced persons spontaneously occupying various sites to escape gang violence. More than 25 schools in the capital are used by internally displaced persons, to an estimated sum of over 16,500 people. They face serious difficulties and they are experiencing subhuman conditions. The health threat is also present, with cases of cholera being detected in certain areas. This increases the risk of transmission and is a real public health issue for the population. Abuses, systematic human rights violations caused by gang violence compromises peace, stability, and the security of the country and the region as a whole. Kidnappings, pillaging, fires, the recent massacres, sexual and sexist violence, organ trafficking, human trafficking, homicides, extrajudicial executions, the recruitment of child soldiers, the blocking of main roads. This is but a non-exhaustive list of crimes perpetrated by armed gangs. As a result, there are serious consequences, such as poor economic performance. We have seen 5 years of contraction with a negative growth rate and increased inflation of over 50%. Moreover, the humanitarian crisis is exacerbated. According to estimates, 4.9 million people in my country face food insecurity. This is about half of the population living below the poverty line on less than $2 American per day. President, we are not here to make up for or justify the past. We are here to ask our friendly countries to understand that there is something urgent to be done to benefit the people of Haiti and to help us to create a better future for the children of Haiti by re-establishing security and stability. The Republic of Haiti has seen many successive shocks over the last 15 years. 3 major earthquakes, several cyclones, and the awful assassination of President Jovenel Moïse in 2021. It's impossible today to invent a peaceful story about Haiti. The reality is there and it calls on us all. Many poor decisions and inappropriate behavior, as well as various instances of radicalization, has brought us to this stage. Today, once again, at this rostrum, I am asking for help to allow Haitians to stay in their homes. We are seeking tranquility that their homeland can remain that. In particular, given economic crises and the climate crisis. I reiterate, on behalf of the people of Haiti and the government, the request to help bolster the National Police of Haiti so that it can truly respond to the challenges it faces in its mission to protect the lives of those in the country. Some countries have seen similar situations as Haiti faces right now. Criminals feel that they are all-powerful, and this is unacceptable. They must not evade the law and the will of our citizens exists to once again have freedom of movement. Haitians today very much hope that they can return home. We are very grateful to countries who have helped us. However, I'd like to also say that it's also very important to engage in reconstruction.
No.
President, I have come here today on behalf of the people of Haiti to tell you that we are ready for that change which we have been waiting for almost 2 centuries now. Freedom can only be complete if it enables each citizen to live in dignity and decent conditions. I have come here today on behalf of my people to raise our security question, which remains the key priority of my government, to highlight that the circulation of arms, massacres, kidnappings are major concerns for my administration. President, the daily lives of the people of Haiti is very difficult. That is why the Security Council, which has the power and the necessary authority under Chapter 7 of the Charter, must take urgent action by authorizing the deployment of a multinational support mission to underpin security in Haiti, consisting of both police and military personnel to support Haiti's national police force to combat the gangs and restore peace and order. The use of force as an initial step remains essential to create an environment in which the state can function properly again. It is a necessary initial stage, but it is not enough in and of itself. Social and economic development must also be addressed in order to find a sustainable solution to the extreme poverty, which is the origin of all of the ills facing my country. Social inequalities and the very unequal distribution of wealth in Haiti has caused a huge gap to exist between the poor masses and a small minority which possesses and controls 90% of the country's riches. The extreme poverty in my country accentuates unemployment amongst the youth, marginalizes poor communities who are then easily tempted into a life of crime. That category is fertile ground for recruitment by gangs. Once again, from this rostrum, I send out a call to all Haitians of good faith, those living in the diaspora and those still within our borders, to all actors in political life, whatever their persuasion, to work hand in hand with the government to combat the gangs, restore security, and, as true democrats, to seek power via the ballot box. My interim government is determined to hold elections as soon as practically possible. In the days to come, despite the situation in the country, I will finalize an agreement with the High Authority for the Transition, setting down the steps necessary for an electoral consensus with the support of the international community. The government intends to continue dialoguing with all political actors and civil society stakeholders in Haiti in order together to find a patriotic, historical consensus necessary to find a way out of this crisis. Democracy is at peril. Our country needs a return to normalcy in order thereafter to be able to address the major challenges it faces. I also wish to see women and young people play a major role in civil society, as well as all other actors, in order to get our country back up on its feet. Only a legitimate government, elected in free, honest, democratic and transparent elections, will have the strength to tackle the economic, territorial, social and institutional challenges we face. President, I wish to bring to the attention of the international community a situation which has been emerging in recent weeks on the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, causing unnecessary problems between the two republics which share the island. I wish to state that the Republic of Haiti is not at war with anyone. Haitians are a generous people who have always shown solidarity and who believe in dialogue and the ability to fairly share shared resources in full mutual respect.
Je suis venu vous dire
I came here today to let you know that we have no intention of any form to prejudge the neighbours with whom we share our island and with whom we must coexist and advance. History teaches us day in, day out that violence with a brotherly country can only lead to regrets and leave behind bitterness and remorse handed down from generation to generation. I have come here today to say, and above all, to pass on the message of the entire Haitian people. The river known as the Rivière Massacre a background of friction between Haiti and the Dominican Republic means that we must do our very best to ensure that old demons do not break free again, that we do not open old wounds or cause new ones. Haiti reaffirms the sovereign rights of the Haitian people to use binational water resources just like the Dominican Republic does. And we call for an equitable sharing of the river's resources. The Haitian people chooses the path of dialogue and negotiation to peacefully resolve any differences, any conflicts under the auspices of international agreements signed in good faith between the two states in 1929 and again in 2021. President, before concluding, I take this opportunity to send my best wishes to the brotherly and friendly countries as well as international organizations for their commitment and expressions of solidarity towards Haiti. In particular, I highlight Kenya, who has taken on the leadership of the security force and has already, in August last, conducted an evaluation mission in our country. We wish to also express our thanks to Caricom and a number of eminent individuals. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Over the course of history, Haiti has been an emblematic example of freedom and solidarity. We have always been there to help brotherly countries in their legitimate struggle for freedom and self-determination, including here within the United Nations. The Republic of Haiti identifies with the universal principles for which it fought in the 18th and 19th centuries. Despite the many sufferances and distress of my country, we remain hopeful. The Haitian people continues its quest for a better future of dignity. The people of Haiti, just like it showed the world in 1804, changing radically its status from slave to freeman, can once again and wishes once again to rewrite its future. I call for support, fraternal solidarity, so that we may turn the page on this dark time in our history. I call on the international community to take action quickly. We hope to long live good relations with our brotherly people in Africa, with our international partners. Long live Haiti.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Culture and Communication of the Republic of Haiti for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
So there we are then.
By His
Let us, wow. In fact, that the Prime Minister of Haiti, Ariel Henry, had an opportunity to hear so many pledges of support for resolution of the challenges that that country is facing. He clearly took the chance, though, to spell it out, to give us a good sense of the deteriorating conditions there and the urgency of action, accepting that, yes, there have been pledges made of support, there have been consultations taking place involving the eminent persons of the Caribbean community, and the offer made by Kenya to lead an interventionist force that would boost the strength of the Haitian police and much more. But clearly asking, appealing to the international community to support the resolution that's before the UN Security Council that would be the real instrument for mobilizing that operation to be led by Kenya. Pillaging, murders, kidnapping, organ harvesting, human trafficking. It can't get any worse than that. So I know many people throw up their hands in despair, but his is a voice calling for help, appealing for help now, immediate help, to get Haiti back on track, as David Rudder says in his famous Calypso, to its former glory. But importantly, the Prime Minister calling for the Haitian people themselves, the political people, the civil society people, etc., women and young people, to all come together in the effort to find a solution to this particular crisis and to move them to an environment of safety and comfort, which is something they've not enjoyed for many, many years now. Welcome to the catch-up. We've heard from Haiti, and now is the turn of the Bahamas. Bahamas, of course, being Haiti's neighbor, and they've had a long time connection with Haiti. Even before the height of this particular crisis, many Haitians moved and lived in Bahamas for many years. But in recent times, Bahamas has really been stretched to respond to the influx of Haitians who, of course, have arrived on many of the 4,000 islands that make up the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so they have a particular interest in a resolution of the crisis in Haiti. And so the Foreign Minister, Fred Mitchell, in his 10th appearance at the United Nations General Assembly, gives us his take on the current crisis.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Frederick Audley Mitchell, Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of the Bahamas.
So, Mr. President, it is an honor and privilege to return to this podium this year. This is my 10th appearance here, and I'm proud to be back to this most important forum, but doubly so because a son of the Caricom and wider Caribbean region sits as its president. So, Ambassador Dennis Francis, I wish you well, and suffice it to say, the Bahamas stands ready to assist and support. So, the Bahamas National Statistics Institute reported this year in the national census that there are now 399,314 people living in the Bahamas. So let's call that 400,000. We're small, that's clear. We're 700 islands, keys, and reefs, that's clear. We have 4,000 square miles of land and 100,000 square miles of ocean, that's clear. We're therefore a small island developing state, that's very clear. The Prime Minister, Philip Edward Brave Davis, says that the #1 foreign policy issue for the Bahamas is climate change. He has expressed the existential fear we face along with other island peoples, whether in the Atlantic or the Pacific. Will we be climate refugees or will we face a watery grave? And tonight, I'm wearing a gift from the people of the Marshall Islands to share our solidarity with those in the Pacific. Having expressed that sentiment in many fora throughout the world, though, over the years, that the Prime Minister's been in office, it was actually shocking to us to hear one of our developed nation partners and their position on climate reparations for loss and damage on the part of his country. Their response was that under no circumstances would there be reparations for loss and damage from climate change. Mr. President, small island developing states like the Bahamas have been negotiating for loss and damage for over 30 years. So it begs the question, how much are 399,314 lives worth? The word reparations means so much in another context as well. Millions of African peoples were ripped from the continent of Africa, brought to the West, and worked for free for 200 years. In the British Empire, they were so-called freed in 1834, worked for another 4 years in an apprenticeship scheme for free. The British government paid £20 million to the slavers for the loss of their property. That was then 40% of their national budget. This is, in today's money, £17 billion. And we're advised that the bonds were just paid off in 2015. Yet, not one penny was paid to the slaves or their descendants. And not even an apology is being offered for the moral tragedy which slavery represents. So, no to reparations on climate change and no to reparations on slavery. No, over and over again. The generation of our leaders that came before us, though, did not accept no for an answer. And that is why we are freer today than we were a generation ago. And they were freer than the generation before them. When Michael Manley, the Jamaican Prime Minister, stood at this very podium after his historic victory at the polls in 1972 and demanded a new world international economic order, his call for economic and social justice did not at first succeed, but it has been taken up by his successors who continue this call throughout the Caribbean. Mr. Manley was taking up the call by Marcus Garvey of Jamaica before him and Robert Love of the Bahamas, the generation before Mr. Manley. And Marcus Garvey was taking up the calls of W.E.B. Du Bois and James Weldon Johnson of Bahamian roots before him. Lyndon Pindling, our founding prime minister, did not accept no when the Nassau Accords were forged to say, let Nelson Mandela go. Clearly then, no is not an acceptable answer to an unfree people. We in this generation take up the call for this generation's call, and Brave Davis and the Bahamas says no is not an acceptable answer. So the Bahamas wants the world to know that whether on reparations for slavery or on climate change, no is not the correct answer. We must use our collective voices to reject the gospel according to no. So long as we have our voices, we will pass our message to the next generation and so on until we succeed and justice is served. We do not accept the gospel according to no when it comes to Haiti. As the first black republic and the first independent Caribbean state, Haiti has paid dearly for daring to declare and assert their independence from colonial rule back in 1804. First, they were forced to pay some $20 billion in today's money to be let alone by their former colonial masters. Then they were, in the 20th century, ruled by an invading military for 2 decades that took all the wealth from their treasury and forced the payments back to Washington, D.C. And today, we wonder why the situation is as dire as it is. So the Western world owes Haiti and the Haitian people, and we must fight to help them resolve their issues. The security situation in Haiti today is untenable, and I thank all the governments in both the developed world, the United States and Canada, and in Caricom for their work in trying to resolve the political and security issues there. I urge the people of Haiti, especially the leaders of Haiti today, to do all that they can to continue to work toward a Haitian-led political settlement, and it will take compromise to do so. Mr. President, this is a humanitarian crisis in our region, which the UN has received many, many humanitarian pledges that can barely meet the on-the-ground humanitarian needs of the Haitian people. We must approve with haste a UN Security Council-backed resolution on a multinational force for Haiti. So first, I'd like to thank the government of Kenya for pledging to lead a multinational force to improve the security issues in Haiti. We in the Bahamas plan to join them, as does Jamaica, and other Caribbean countries have pledged humanitarian support. They, along with all other states, have pledged support to require, but it does require this UNSC resolution to take action. As I said, both Bahamas and Jamaica have pledged troops, other Caricom states humanitarian support. A geopolitical settlement must also be possible in Cuba. What a magnificent country with a rich heritage and a smart people who've suffered from economic measures which seem imposed upon them externally grounded in ideology. But if you can do business with Vietnam, there's nothing in logic which prevents doing business with Cuba. The irony of the situation is that money in US dollars is difficult to process across Cuban borders. Yet, 9 or more flights per day leave Miami for Havana and fly back again. And the largest embassy in Havana is that of the United States. We appreciate all the steps that have been taken by the present US administration to revert to the status quo ante to 2016 as a starting point. But the most sensible thing to do is to drop all the restrictions and normalize relations with Cuba post-haste. The continuation of the status quo represents a security problem for the Bahamas. Finally, I wish to repeat a favorite theme of our Prime Minister, and it is this: the pathologies resulting from the asymmetrical relationship between our trading partners in the EU and the Americas on the question of financial services. The OECD and the EU have arrogated unto themselves to be the moral police of the world on issues of taxation. The result is that free trade no longer exists, but a tax process is being imposed by our former colonial masters so that it makes banking so difficult within our domestic spheres, and international trade is made even more difficult. And they've gone one step farther by imposing the requirement now for what they call an electronic travel authority for you to enter their countries, even when they say there's no visa required to enter. The Prime Minister therefore joins other developing states in supporting a UN Convention on Tax which will govern standards on taxation frameworks including financial services. The OECD cannot declare legitimacy for developing universal outputs while decision-making and membership remain exclusive. So in our view, the UN is the appropriate and universal body to design and build an equitable and inclusive international tax administration architecture with equal-footed representation. So 1973, the Bahamas is 50 years old this year. It's the 10th July 1973, we became independent. And this year, 50 years later, it was a very proud moment for our citizens. So if you go to the Sandlands Primary School in my constituency in Nassau, and you say the words of a popular song, even the little children know the song, and the members of the delegation who are here today, I'll bet they know it as well. It's a man named Elkin Outen who sang this song. And he says, Nassau is the capital, and the children say Bahamas. Bimini is the gateway, and the children say Bahamas. 1492, Columbus landed, and the children will say back Bahamas. 1973, we were free, Bahamas. And so, happy anniversary, Bahamas, golden jubilee, Bahamas. We're proud of our country. I leave the song with you and invite you to come visit us. 8 million people will join us as tourists this year. We are 400,000 strong. Stay and enjoy our beauty, understand our climate vulnerability. In our work, we ask you to join us to help reverse the tidal rising. God bless you. Thanks for listening, because now, more than ever, we need the United Nations. Thank you. Good night.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Public Service of the Bahamas.
Quite a presentation. I don't know about you, but I think that was one of the best speeches delivered at the UN General Assembly this year. 10 years doing it? Yes, I suppose he's got plenty of practice at that. Interestingly, how he wove in representing the interests of his prime minister, who would normally be the person, the head of state, delivering such an address, but he's an old hand at this. Fred Mitchell of the Bahamas, and making some critical equations there. One that struck me particularly is that of the US President Joe Biden just recently going to the Far East and forging a relationship, strengthening a relationship with Vietnam. Remember, they were involved in a war many moons ago, and many lives were lost on both sides. But they found common purpose or common ground. So why not the same for Cuba? Why not the same for Venezuela? So those are the critical questions to be raised and to be debated and to be driven at the level of the UN Security Council, where there are calls for the expansion of that grouping, for an end to the veto powers of the 5 members right now, the inclusion of a representative from the African continent, and for overall reforms that would make that particular UN body far more effective in attempting to deal with the resolutions, particularly such as Haiti, for instance, which is, again, has come up again and again. So that is the Bahamas presentation. And in our continuing catch-up, we're going to turn our attention to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When we went first time, we didn't get the beginning of the presentation by the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez. So here it is in its entirety.
His Excellency, I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines congratulates His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago for his country's assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We affirm, too, our solidarity with the governments and peoples of the Kingdom of Morocco and Libya at this their current hour of peril, consequent upon the recent natural disasters. We express sincerest condolences for the immense loss of lives. Your Excellencies, across the world today, in large measure, men and women are pained, gripped with melancholy, and are adrift. They are perplexed, even confused, at the complexities and challenges of our human condition, which is awash with multiple contradictions, from which arise a yearning for sustainable resolutions. Large numbers of people globally are possessed of an admixture of resignation, a sense of futility, a routinization of indifference, even cynicism. And yet, at the same time, there is resident in them, in us, an elemental hopefulness and a sense of social solidarity, a search for justice and goodness, a pursuance of equity and equality, and a quest for peace, security, and prosperity for all, not only for a privileged few in a handful of privileged nations. It is widely acknowledged that the global political economy is broken and needs fixing, not by tinkering here and there, but through fundamental restructuring of a kind that endures for the benefit of all humanity, especially those who are disadvantaged, dispossessed, or marginalized. It is widely accepted, too, that the vital sustainable development goals will not be attained by 2030. Indeed, there will be a significant deficit for practically every developing country. Similarly, it is widely recognized that the climate change agenda is stalling, in some respects reversing, with dire consequences for humanity, practically in most of the vulnerable countries. At the same time, war and conflict rage senselessly across the globe. In at least one case, Ukraine, the principal adversaries may unwittingly open the gates to a nuclear Armageddon. Contemporary drivers of insecurity and conflict are all jostling in an invidious march to infamy and human misery. The expansive and expanding list includes racism and xenophobia, the continuing oppression of women under a patriarchy in too many countries, the seemingly uncontrollable chariots of artificial intelligence, the threatening pandemics and the anti-people consortia of big pharma, poverty and food insecurity, ignorance, miseducation, and disinformation, terrorism and its associated malcontents, the illegal trafficking in persons and narcotics, the subversion of participatory democracy and human rights, the failure and/or refusal of former colonial powers to entertain just and legitimate demands for reparations, to repair the contemporary legacies of underdevelopment caused by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, and the failure and/or refusal of the major emitters of greenhouse gases to cough up the requisite resources to the affected vulnerable countries for the required adaptation, mitigation, loss, and damage. And the list goes on. The heard melodies are troubling. Those unheard are damning. Excellencies, powerful countries and blocs of like-minded states are unwilling or unable to fashion inclusive and efficacious modalities through a genuine multilateralism to address the extant challenges facing humanity. They reflect actions in quest of a continuing imperium or an emergent hegemony are dressed up as self-serving calls for a new world order, all sauce and gall, but of little or no substance, difficult to swallow. From the rough trenches of the periphery, St. Vincent and the Grenadines poses yet again, in response, three haunting questions. What's new? Which world? And who gives the orders? In this context, the urgency of genuine reform of the United Nations Security Council is to be embraced after decades of futile bickering and foot-dragging. Surely it is long overdue for sensible compromises on this matter, reflective of the contemporary condition of our world. In these troubled and uncertain times, enveloped in limitations and weaknesses, there are nevertheless possibilities and strengths. The wise and mature leadership of this collective, the United Nations, is immediately required in this great endeavor to put things right for humanity. We gathered here as representatives of national or regional interests are not and cannot reasonably be agents of purely impersonal forces driving humanity inexorably to further peril and even damnation. Notwithstanding the imperfections of a multilateral system grounded in international law and civilized norms, we at this assembly, in concert with each other and our peoples, can be the fresh hope, the beacon, the light, not merely to inspire, but to draw out of each other and our respective peoples a goodness, a high quality and a nobility, which oftentimes we may not even know as yet that we possess. In the process, let us clear certain ideational cobwebs from our brains. It is, for example, wholly unhelpful to frame the central contradictions of our troubled times as revolving around a struggle between autocracies and democracies. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a strong liberal democracy, rejects this wrong-headed thesis. It is evident to all right-thinking persons, devoid of self-serving hypocrisy, that the struggle today between the dominant powers is centered upon the control, ownership, and distribution of the world's resources. The struggle has been, and is, about who gets what, when, where, and how. Civilized life and living now demands fairness, justice, peace, security, and prosperity for all. This civilized goal is unlikely ever to be satisfactorily attained if the strong and powerful continue with impunity to do what they can, and the weak and fragile suffer what they must, despite their oftentimes enfeebled resistance. Throughout history, powerful countries exhibit a certain schizophrenia. They possess and deploy all their instruments of domination, yet they are racked by bewildering insecurities, which frequently turn them into beasts of unreason to their own detriment. In this way, they overreach and sow seeds of their own downfall. In the process, sadly, they hobble humanity needlessly. Excellencies, let us accord mature consideration to a matter of immediacy in our America, to use Jose Marti's telling formulation. We urge the United States of America, our friend, the most powerful and economically dominant country since the dawn of human civilization, a nation which espouses humane values, to end its unilateral and oppressive sanctions and impositions that are contrary to international law, which have been rolled out against Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. It is also plain silly and factually incorrect to label Cuba a sponsor of state terrorism, a label prompted by partisan domestic politics in South Florida. But it hurts the Cuban people massively and unnecessarily. The sanctions and coercive measures against Venezuela, including the weaponizing of the US dollar, have caused the collapse of the Petro-Carib Agreement, which delivered substantial benefits to over a dozen Caribbean countries, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We in the Caribbean have thus become collateral damage. At the same time, Your Excellencies, it is long overdue for the Republic of China, Taiwan to be brought in from the diplomatic cold. The magnificent Chinese civilization, through the fever of history, has delivered to the contemporary world in practical terms more than one recognizable national political expression institutionally. Surely, Taiwan's quest for participation in relevant specialized agencies of the United Nations is reasonable and ought to be accommodated. Repeatedly, Taiwan has shown itself to be a responsible member of the international community. Peace across the Taiwan Straits is an imperative for the prosperity and security of the world. Excellencies, on the bundle of issues touching and concerning climate change, global warming, biodiversity challenges, land degradation and desertification, there is a veritable Babel, a Tower of Babel. There is an overabundance of sweet-sounding lyrics by the major emitters, but they turn out to be bitterly deceptive. A lack or insufficiency of meaningful corrective action by the irresponsible climate polluters, countries and companies, constitute unpardonable, egregious wrongs. Indeed, it is a species of barbarism. The upcoming Conference of Parties under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in the United Arab Emirates is a critical test of humanity's commitment to save our planet from the ravages of man-made climate change. We know the oft-repeated benchmarks and the corrective agenda. I don't have to repeat them here. In this composite package of policies and measures, a special consideration has to be accorded the most vulnerable countries, such as small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and the poorer communities in climate-distressed areas of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Excellencies, crisscrossing the issue of financing for development in the era of climate change and the downside ramifications of structural distortions in the global economy for poor and vulnerable middle-income countries is the Bridgestone Initiative 2.2. And this has already been endorsed by the Caribbean community, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Association of Small Island States, and dozens of countries in the African Union and elsewhere. This progressive initiative contains creative financing proposals that would result in more resources on highly concessionary terms for the poor and vulnerable regions. The multi-dimensional vulnerability index championed by vulnerable middle-income countries include those in the Caribbean. This finds a place in the reform mix of financing for development. St. Vincent and the Grenadines urges a strong support of the Bridgestone Initiative 2.0 and the MVI by this United Nations General Assembly. St. Vincent and the Grenadines also endorses the initiative of the Bahamas to remove from the OECD, the Rich Club, any global authority it assumes for suzerainty on international taxation and related matters. Properly, they ought to be resident in the United Nations. Excellencies, developing countries must refrain from being mere prideful villagers, obsessed with immediate trifles and blind ourselves to the far more compelling issues beyond our individual control and which demand a unifying solidarity with others to confront successfully our travails. Poor, vulnerable, climate-distressed and resource-challenged developing countries are absolutely fed up and insulted by the unfulfilled perennial promises of the developed world on climate financing. Excellencies, in September 2015, at our United Nations, all nations signed on to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, targeted for achievement by 2030. Earlier this week, the bundle of issues centered on the SDGs were accorded a special consideration, and admirably, a refreshing of them has been canvassed. But the critical issue of a sufficiency of financing for development, including climate financing and reparations, remains the proverbial elephant in the room to be effectively harnessed to serve the deserving. Here again, agreed commitments entered into must be translated into real actions. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been insisting as part of the conversation on the SDGs that there must be a special carve-out for reparations from European countries for the legacies of underdevelopment engendered by native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies, horrendous crimes against humanity. In this matrix, a special focus is required for Haiti. The case for reparatory justice within the framework of the SDGs is compelling and unanswerably strong. The time for reparations has come. This demand will not go away. Africa, the Caribbean, and our diaspora, and others who hanker for a just world insist on it. Excellencies, in our Caribbean community, one of our member states, Haiti, continues to be confronted by multiple existential challenges of immediacy, lodged in the political, security, social, humanitarian, and environmental domains. Caricom is seeking to facilitate a political solution by engaging the widest cross-sections of stakeholders to fashion a government of national unity to replace that which is bedeviled by a lack of legitimacy and effectiveness, and to prepare the way for democratic elections in a suitable time frame. The United Nations Security Council cannot reasonably stand askance from this process in circumstances in which the criminal gangs, inclusive of those with links to the government and the national police, are essentially in control of the capital city. Security supports, not an imperial invasion, are required to accompany the political consensus so as to bolster humanitarian assistance, economic development, and a more orderly way of life and living. The situation is dire and growing worse by the day. We must not allow ourselves the luxury of Haiti fatigue. Indeed, the guns and bullets in the hands of the Haitian gangs are also in the bosoms of assorted criminals across the Caribbean and Latin America, and sourced mainly from the USA. The US, the Caribbean, and Latin American governments must work together more earnestly to stop this massive flow of guns and bullets. Across the globe, resolutions to wars and perennial conflicts are urgently required. The terrible situations, for example, in Ukraine, Palestine, several countries in Africa and elsewhere, cry out for peaceful settlements between the warring tribes. It is humane and wrong for the Palestinian people to be enduring colonial domination and externally induced suffering for decades. In our America, Your Excellencies, CELAC, led currently by the pro tempore presidency of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is at the forefront of seeking to fortify our political cooperation and enhance integration efforts. CELAC is building vital bridges with several blocs across the world and countries. All this is designed to promote peace, security, prosperity, and sustainable development for all. It is vital that our shared experiences be translated into shared expressions, including institutional expressions, to get the practical work done to enhance life, living, and production for all humanity. And CELAC ought to be allowed to follow the African Union into membership of the G20. Let us be more inclusive in solving intractable problems in practical ways. I thus welcome the proposed initiative, the proposal of the European Union, to initiate an institutional summit between the EU, the African Union, CELAC, ASEAN and with the Secretary General of the United Nations. I await the details. Excellencies, the days of masters and vassals are over. The days of imperialism are drawing nigh, and the would-be hegemons waiting in the wings with their illusions of grandeur, past or imagined, are bound for disillusionment. In any new world order, the metaphoric lambs and the lions must lie down and rise up together in mutual self-interest and respect, and for a better world. This world of 8 billion people deserves better. We in the developing world reject the crumbs. There is a loaf to be shared reasonably, with equity, and we must be at the deciding and the eating tables. Those who think that we speak with our heads in the clouds are profoundly mistaken. We know that in the great cathedral of the sky, there is a sun for steeple. It illuminates our pathways. We see things clearly. Men and women who see things clearly will never give up in the pursuit of peace, goodness, equity, and justice. We do so with urgency, yet with a patience and a calm, knowing that even now the greener leaves explode, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. As I conclude, a summation from one of my country's poets, Daniel Williams, is apt. We are all time. Only the future is ours to desecrate. The present is the past, and the past our fathers' mischiefs. In order to avoid the desecration of the future, we must be serious about the challenges at hand and work assiduously in solidarity to address them satisfactorily. To be sure, there is no perfection this side of eternity, but we can do better than we have been doing. Time is not on our side. Let us sleep not to dream, but dream to change the world for the better. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, Legal Affairs and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
So there we are then. Yep. And that, of course, is another one of the towering speeches from Dr. Ralph Gonzalez. If you know him well, he could go on for a very long time and maybe even beat the record of one of his heroes, Fidel Castro, and the Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. But no, that's not the case today. And all the speakers are really kept very much within the time frame that the General Assembly provides. They say on average 15 minutes. Some have gone to 20, 22 minutes or so, but well, there's not been a whistle or a cutting off of the microphone as would happen in some situations. So we have been tracking all day the live appearances at the podium. And as I said to you, there's only one more Caribbean state due to present today, and that is Belize. So we'll see how that goes. It's just adjourned, actually. So we'll have to look again at the schedule and see what adjustments they've made. But in the meantime, we're continuing our catch-up. And the last of the presentations we have in this round is none other than from St. Kitts and Nevis Prime Minister Terence Drew. Let's go to his stage now.
Now we hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my honor in this, my second year as the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, to join with members of the global family of nations and speak on behalf of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at home and in their diaspora. I must first extend, however, condolences to people across the world who, in a summer of scorching heat, the hottest in recorded human history, suffered every disaster known to humanity: fires, floods, droughts, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, and with them untold personal, social, and economic tragedies. I especially extend the heartfelt pain of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis at the recent disasters in Libya and Morocco. We in St. Kitts and Nevis are suffering the worst drought of our history, resulting in severe water shortage. Of course, we have not escaped. Mr. President, I extend sincere congratulations to you on your elections as President of this 78th session of the General Assembly. Your election has given pride and satisfaction to St. Kitts and Nevis, and indeed the Caribbean community, and it stands as further testimony to the fact that small island developing states can contribute to positions of global leadership. Your term comes at a time of international complexity and conflict, of great global tensions and even greater global aspirations, of new geopolitical dynamics and even newer technologies which are transforming every aspect of life as we know it. These are times of great divide in income and well-being, combined with such growing insularity and loss of trust that it shouts the need for what Secretary General Guterres has rightly identified as the centrality of prevention, coordination, and partnership. St. Kitts and Nevis shares the view that this must be a period of prevention of the greatest downslide, socially, economically, environmentally, and of security for the people of the world. Mr. President, there exists an alarming lack of trust the world over. Lack of trust in state and global organizations, lack of trust in traditional media, and what some regard as its management and manipulation of information, and Mr. President, a lack of trust in the political class. In a world of distrust, the United Nations and its member states must show a sense of caring, inclusion, respect for the dignity of all to ensure we, the peoples, is a statement of unity and a clarion call for the word common to be truly reflected in how we view global commons and how we together achieve the agenda of the common good. If we are to rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity, leaders, particularly those in wealthier countries, must mean what they say and say what they mean. Developing countries are groaning under the weight of burgeoning challenges, not of their own making, and I would dare say some of which were inherited as a result of colonialization and transatlantic slave trade. Millions of Africans were uprooted from their homelands and transported across the Atlantic in the hulls of ships to be enslaved on plantations. This was the largest forced migration in human history, and it resulted in great wealth for some at the expense of the lives and the humanization of African peoples. It must be noted that compensation was paid to plantation owners, while the survivors of this crime against humanity were left in suffering and were hindered in their socio-economic development. Thus, it is past time for reparatory justice. I therefore encourage all to work together constructively as partners in the pursuit of and respect for justice. For as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The climate challenge must continue to be highlighted. The industrial behemoth countries and companies push SIDS and others to the front lines of climate change. They accept little responsibility for financing the adaptation and mitigation measures necessary for the survival of developing countries, which suffer the consequences of the lifestyles and industries of others. Consequently, countries like mine, which are unable to access concessionary funding, are forced to fix the climate crisis by obtaining loans at exorbitant rates from the very countries where the problem originated. Our carbon footprint as a country is very small, yet we face the existential threat of climate change. This is unjust. We therefore call for climate justice. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, there's an urgent need for the international community to address the gaps and shortfalls of the current international financial architecture, with a view to strengthening support for SIDS, in particular through a multilateral sovereign debt mechanism, meaningful reform of the governance of the international financial institutions, and enhanced access to financial resources. I congratulate the World Bank on recent steps in the right direction. However, there is still much ground to cover if states like mine are not to fail and our economies and societies are to remain viable. I commend the Bridgetown initiative of my sister, Prime Minister Mia Mottley, as having the potential to effect the kind of changes that are essential to ensure equitable growth and sustainable development. Mr. President, I see as an outcome to addressing the issue of access to capital the development of a relevant and effective MVI, Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. I would like to caution, however, that to be effective, debt must be part of the metrics used for assessment and ranking of countries. Further, the risk and cost of wipeout environmental events, those which in a single event or series of events literally wipe out 5% of GDP or more, as well as the capacity to recover from such events, are all important metrics if the MVI is to work. Mr. President, at the national level, our government has commenced efforts to further ensure the holistic and resilient development of our communities. This undertaking is articulated in our vision to transform our country into a sustainable island state by 2040 and demonstrates the determination with which we take ownership of our own destiny and pursue our sustainable development aspirations. Our vision is buttressed by the 7 pillars: food security, green energy transition, economic diversification, sustainable industries, the orange economy, COVID-19 recovery, and social protection. These overarching areas include environmental sustainability, sustainable lives and livelihoods, health and wellness, and fiscal and debt resilience. To this end, we have made strides towards geothermal energy production and utilized loans from the CDB for this national development project, along with collaboration with groups such as the Atlantic Council and the PAC 30 initiative. Healthcare delivery and management have been strengthened. We have learned the lessons of the pandemic and are now better prepared for the crisis in health, even though the work continues. We are also building more transparent and participatory governance structures, as demonstrated by the passing into law the Integrity in Public Life and Good Governance legislations. We have also developed programs for the most vulnerable and marginalized, specifically women, youth, the elderly, the disabled, and the Rastafari community. We want to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis leaves no one behind. Mr. President, we aspire to create a society where our people can live in safety and security. However, we are plagued by the scourge that is the proliferation of illicit and untraceable weapons flowing into our region. States that manufacture these weapons must take greater responsibility to combat the illegal flows that can threaten our national and regional security and can have devastating socio-economic consequences. We cannot win this fight against the guns on our own. International cooperation is necessary if we are to ensure the protection of our societies and our people. To this end, we thank the United States for increasing its collaboration with the region, with my own country, to deal with the illicit transshipment of guns and to buttress our overall national security apparatus. We must continue to work together to ensure continued success in this regard. Mr. President, it is of great concern that glaring global inequities persist and are growing wider despite sustained calls for global solidarity, action, and cooperation. For example, Venezuela has been placed in a precarious situation as a result of the application of sanctions, and its people continue to bear the brunt of these unilateral measures. We therefore strongly urge constructive dialogue between the governments of the Republic of Venezuela and the United States to relieve the hardships these impositions have caused the Venezuelan people. Further, it ought to be noted that while others benefit from access to Venezuela's natural resources, its Caribbean neighbors are denied as a result of these sanctions. Mr. President, continuing with inequities and the need for respect for sovereign states, Cuba, which has been a generous global partner, is caught in the clutches of an unjust and continuing economic, commercial, and financial embargo, which has caused suffering on a people who do not deserve it. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis stand in solidarity with the government and people of Cuba and call for the immediate ending of the embargo and the removal of Cuba from the unilateral list of state sponsors of terrorism. Mr. President, speaking to the issue of governments and peoples who are excluded from the full participation within the United Nations and the global multilateral systems, I recall the situation of Taiwan. Taiwan has proven itself to be a reliable development partner, which greatly contributes to collective efforts to address the pressing global issues of today. It is our firm belief that Taiwan should be able to make its contribution to the work and budget of multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the World Health Assembly in furtherance of the common global goals. And it is a hope that the right of its 23 million people to adequate representation can be realized. Moreover, we urge for peace in that region of the world, as war would result in severe consequences for all of us. Mr. President, closer home, the ongoing dire situation in our sister nation, Haiti, demands the sustained attention and support of the international community. Haiti, the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere, continues to grapple with unimaginable scale of human suffering, a political resolution is urgently needed, while also recognizing that appropriate measures must be taken to reverse Haiti's legacy of underdevelopment. We cannot move forward on the acceleration of the Agenda 2030 if we continue to knowingly and deliberately leave some people behind. Mr. President, we are living in a world in flux, where new emerging poles and spheres of influence are challenging the existing so-called rules-based order. New currencies are being internationalized, new trade routes are taking shape, and new security, political, and economic blocs are emerging to drive geopolitical advantage. The voice of the Global South is growing bolder, with increasingly louder rumblings among powerful blocs calling for change. The need for an enhanced role and presence of developing countries from the Global South within the UN Security Council could not be more compelling. And we are convinced that in the face of these complex changes, the reform of the Security Council is necessary to better reflect contemporary geopolitical realities and enhance its effectiveness. In conclusion, this reform is critical. Let us consider a reset. On the heels of the 40th anniversary of independence of my country, the 40th anniversary, we declare that there should be a reset. We can consider it here, for it gives us the opportunity to establish an improved path to what we seek to achieve as an assembly. For today, at a time that is as challenging as it is exciting, we stand at the juncture of what is and what could be. We know what is. We understand what could be. Ours is a challenge to ensure peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. St. Kitts and Nevis accepts the challenge and remains a ready and willing partner in our collective quest for a better world that we all deserve, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
There we are. The Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis getting an opportunity for the second time to address the UN General Assembly and to range over the critical issues that he considers so important to be resolved, issues within our region, the issues revolving around the Sustainable Development Goals, the issues surrounding Cuba and Venezuela, and much more. But he's really made a very stirring call, particularly as his country prepares to celebrate its 40th year of independence. That really is an opportunity to set the stage, what he calls for a reset. And he's laid out some of the progress that they've made there in St. Kitts and in Nevis, new healthcare delivery, better governance with the implementation of integrity legislation, efforts to look after women, youth, children, and Rastafari particularly, and greater effort to try and put an end or reduce the level of illicit guns and ammunition in St. Kitts. They've had the unenviable record of being regarded at one point statistically as the murder capital of the world. He says we cannot fight the scourge of guns on our own. We need the help of the source countries, and pointedly to the United States. So that's where we are in our catch-up today. The one lone voice for today, we haven't gotten to it as yet, and that is Belize. The sessions are adjourned, but we will keep an eye and an ear on the developments and come back as we continue our special coverage here on Caribbean Bridges of the very important United Nations General Assembly, chaired by Trinidad and Tobago's ambassador to the UN, Dennis Francis.
To be as essential to our souls as the food is essential to our body. Food waste is a responsibility for all of us in the entire system: farm, transport, grocer, the kitchens, and us as consumers.
We need to help the International Criminal Court and others to be able to deliver their mandate.
We cannot continue to push people into poverty because of illness. We must develop insurance schemes that cover our people.
An equal chance in life demands equal access to health, yet half of humanity does not have access to essential health services. Universal health coverage aims to address this injustice.
The experience from COVID-19 pandemic is an exemplary of the world coming together as one family.
Women in leadership positions are still celebrated as an exception rather than the norm.
Promoting gender equality in law and in practice is a prerequisite for preventing conflicts, sustainable peace building, and even effective multilateralism.
Every action that we make has an impact on the planet and people, and we have the power to make better choices.
There we are. We certainly have the power. So not just speeches anymore, but action, and that's the call that we heard from all the leaders of the world community who have addressed the United Nations General Assembly. We'll continue our coverage on Caribbean Bridges, but for now, goodbye. Enjoy your weekend.